Alright. Are we live? Yes, we are. I was about to say, I hope it's just the preview that looks like that, because seriously, man, that preview. Jesus Christ. You guys will have to let me know how it looks. Big Step, Jay-Z, how you guys doing tonight? So yeah, it's been a week, as I mentioned in the description. And that's because this week, Pokemon decided it was time to have another event. A wild area event. As you guys saw in my announcement post on the server. So yeah, I spent the whole week grinding the event. I got lots of cool stuff, but like the main thing that the event had to offer, like a shiny Snom with boosted odds whenever you encountered it as a 5-star raid boss, I did not get my shiny Snom. I'm a little salty about that, but I got a lot of other cool stuff during the event, so I can't really complain, I guess. I'm gonna have way more shit that I know what to do with next time I load up that game. I should say I did not get the main thing I wanted. There we go. Oh yeah, you might have noticed that if you were on the server earlier. But yeah, that's a new part of my layout. I added some little animations to all of my extra windows that I can bring up. So yeah, well, I send out links. How was everybody's week this week? Boring as usual. Yeah, for me it wasn't. Michael Keenan, what's up? You remembered one dream you had this week. But yeah, other than me grinding the wild area event for that shiny Snom for like 40 hours, I didn't really do all that much. Hey, Crisp, how's it going, mate? Whenever you go under the floorboards under the club room... Oh, you went under the floorboards. Under the club room. Interesting dream you're describing there, Jay-Z. Got an A on that test. Well, hey, you passed, and that's what matters, right? Right? That's what matters. Here's what I would ask. What kind of show are they doing in this dream? So this is a very strange dream you're describing to me. Like, this is wild, man. Ah, you were on your alt. Okay. Hope you're ready to laugh your ass off. Oh yes, I'm very happy to be doing this again. Cause not gonna lie, not getting that shiny Snom during the raid event made me slightly depressed. Because it's like, I spent 40 hours, and I grinded hundreds of raid bosses, and I did not get the promised boosted odds shiny Snom. It's like, fuck. But yeah, I got a lot of other stuff. I got a shit ton of XP candies, a shit ton of the ores for the DLC areas, and yeah, lots of mons. Like, I'm gonna have to go back through my PC boxes and just release a shit ton of stuff. Because there's so much stuff in my boxes that, like, I'm gonna have to release entire boxes to make space for the next time. That there's, like, a raid event or something. Because, yeah. Now I just have no space. I don't know. Almost finished playing SNAFU. Oh, for the part I'm on? Well, I can't wait to see it then. Alright. I'm done sending out links, so let me know what you guys think of the new layout. Earlier this evening, I spent some time redesigning it. I guess I'll show you guys the other changes I've made that I didn't showcase in the little video I sent to the video sharing chat. I set up some little animations so that it looks a little more neat. So yeah, I set those up for my money cam. I just got rid of the two Dokis in the corner here. Just made this corner the money cam. But for the Discord window here, let's see. Let me go to the Mod Talk channel. See what's happening there. La 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 la. And I'll pull up the obligatory bullshit window. Give you guys a sneak preview of one of the mods that I'm going to be playing next. I think I need to change the window. Oh. Yeah, there we go. I don't need it full. There. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I messed around with the layout earlier tonight. This is something I wanted to do. I mentioned this in a community post. I wanted to go for a darker, more kind of nighttime aesthetic, because I do most of my streaming at night. So, I don't know, like, the goal was to make it easier on the eyes, so you'll have to let me know how good a job I did of that. But yeah, this is kind of what I was going for. I just wanted to clean it up a little bit. Make the game window a little bigger, and just have Monica have the corner all to herself. So yeah, that's what I was thinking when I said I wanted to change up the layout. You guys will have to let me know how much you like it, or if you preferred the old layout. Because I haven't erased all of the stuff that was on the old layout, so I can just as easily go back to how it was originally if you guys don't like it. Just let me know. But anyways, with that out of the way, If I was going to add the Dokis, I would probably have to make the currently playing text smaller. The text was another thing I changed. I kind of cleaned it up, made it look more sleek, a little less blurry, so yeah. I don't know why it looked that way to begin with, but it did. Probably something to do with how I implemented it in an old version of OBS, so yeah. Anyway, it's enough about the layout. Let's get back into where we were with this mod. I do remember we have been getting a lot of points with Sayori, kind of unintentionally. But yeah, that's just kind of how the path we've gone down has led us. So that's where we're at. But yeah, I remember we spent a lot of time with Sayori. There was the club meeting we had at our place. And it was kind of a disaster setting it up, because it is an instance where Sayori just went behind our back. Okay, that was just the headset on my chair snapping into place. I heard a little clicking sound, and I'm like, wait a minute. Did I close the door when one of my cats was under the bed? And they were like pushing my chair to try and get my attention, but no. Yep, I saw your message earlier, mate. I appreciate that. Maybe have a Doki poke their head out of the empty space between the currently playing area and the Monty cam instead. Yeah, there is a little space left that I can utilize there. It's actually right about where Natsuki used to be. So maybe I could map a hotkey to that and just have her pop up like for specific moments. I don't know what. But yeah, it's an idea. It's still kind of a work in progress, but this is what I was going for. Also, what's up, Zach? But yeah, let's just jump into it. April 15th. Send something of interest in the main chat. Death battle. Hold up. We need to pull up the Discord window. We move it over a little. Monica versus Eggman. Dude, I have seen a death battle of Monica versus Thanos and his army. So, I have no doubt she could take Eggman. But anyway, let's get into the mod. Yep, we know, mate. Exiting my house, I noticed I'm around 25 minutes earlier than usual. Looks like waking up before the alarm really threw me off. Yeah, that's something I trained myself to do when I was in high school and I had to take the bus. Because I was one of the first people that got picked up on my route in my freshman year. So I had to wake up at like 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning just to catch the damn bus, because I was on the beginning of a long-ass route that took like an hour and a half, I swear. So yeah, I pretty much just got on there, had a long-ass playlist, and yeah, just got on, put my earbuds in, and just dozed off for like an hour and a half until I got to school. Like, fuck, it was miserable. Yeah, after freshman year, I was not so fond of driving the bus. So, me and a neighbor who was also going to that school, we just started carpooling. And yeah, it was so much easier after that. But yeah, the reason I trained myself to wake up before my alarm is so that I'd always wake up around the same time. And I did that by just having my alarm be the most obnoxious sound in the universe, so that I didn't want to hear it, so that I would wake up before it to turn it off. Well, now what? Sayori isn't a morning person, and Kaiba can be pretty hit or miss. Could just go alone? Maybe use the extra free time at school to read. You always talk to yourself like that? Oh, hello there, Natsuki! Huh? A pink-haired girl with a disapproving look on her face stands a few feet away. Are you lost, kid? The elementary school's that way. Damn! The hell did you say? Not even 8 in the morning and Natsuki's already fuming. Can't get much more stressful or successful than that. Oh! Sorry, Natsuki. Didn't recognize you. Must still be a little sleepy. Being around you really does piss me off, you know? Never would have guessed. Consider this as a learning opportunity. Wouldn't want you becoming complacent around strange men, after all. Calling you strange would be an understatement. Fair enough. But whatever, I don't have time for this right now. Meaning what she says, Natsuki walks past me. Not having anything else to do, I follow after her. What could possibly go wrong? She angrily looks my way before we've even gone 5 feet. Is there a reason you're following me? My school is this way. That a problem? Oh! Not having a comeback, she lets out a before turning back around. About 2 minutes pass before she speaks up again. Weren't you waiting for Sayori? Kinda, but not exactly. That's supposed to mean something? We don't always walk to school together, but the chances I would walk with her aren't 0. Ooh! Won't she be upset that you're walking with another girl? A mischievous smirk creeps across her face. What are you thinking, Natsuki? What are you thinking? Upset, huh? You're better off not knowing the answer to that. Wait, seriously? Judging from the way you asked, is that not the response you were aiming for? Well, for all the talk about how the two of you aren't like that, I don't think anyone is convinced. Whether people are convinced or not doesn't matter. It's the truth regardless. Then why say that I'd be better off not knowing? Would she'll probably get jealous and ignore me if she finds out be a better answer? I guess not. I love how her demeanor completely changes after that. I see you guys over there. Don't worry. Wait, is that actually true? Seeing the curiosity on Natsuki's face, aside that there's no harm in talking about this particular subject. Ever since we became friends, Sayori has been territorial. No, trust me, I read every message in the chat. It's the reason I have it right next to the game window. Whenever another girl talked or complimented me, whenever another girl talked to or complimented me, she'd basically shut me out for a few days, which usually ended with me having to apologize for something I didn't even realize had happened. She made you apologize? Something like that, yeah. Natsuki does not know how to respond. Her sudden burst of laughter catches me off guard. Something funny about what I said, you punk? There's no answer as she continues laughing at what seems like my expense. Several seconds pass before she manages to settle down. Mind telling me what that was about? Sounds like she's got her leash on you pretty tight. More giggling. A leash, huh? Is that a bad thing? Huh? You know I was joking, right? Yes, but that doesn't mean you're entirely wrong. Though, leash might not be the best word to describe it. What does that mean? Using Natsuki as a sounding board, I begin thinking out loud. Sayori's not the only one who feels that way. Seeing her suddenly hanging out with other guys would probably make me feel jealous as well. At least, that's what seems the most plausible. Don't really know for sure. Ours probably isn't the healthiest form of friendship, but that's how things are. Feeling something along those lines is probably natural when you've known someone for long enough. Humans are selfish creatures. Monopolizing on things we enjoy is instinctual, even if that thing is friendship. Don't get all philosophical on me, Mod. I'm not really in the mood for that. I kind of just want to laugh. After this last week's grind. Natsuki stares blankly at me before letting out a sigh. See? This is why people think you're more than friends. And is there a reason you talk about relationships like they're rocket science? Probably because my understanding of the two is comparable. Nice. Jeez, how hopeless is this guy? She shakes her head in disapproval. In doing so, her attention ends up landing on my hand. Don't worry, the injury wasn't bad. Imagine I'll have the bandages off in a week. Unaware of how obvious she was being, Natsuki jumps a little in surprise. And it's not like I care. Oh? Even though you were staring? Then perhaps your interest stems from a blood fetish instead? Of course not! Idiot! Dumb moron! Now we're back on track. Oh, that was great. The rage in Natsuki's eyes begins drilling a hole in my skull. If that's not the reason, why were you so entranced? Who said anything about me being entranced? It's just... She averts her eyes. Yuri would have been upset if you had to miss the club because of an injury. That probably isn't a lie, but I get the feeling she's also not giving me the whole truth. Of course she isn't, because she's Natsuki. To think a tsundere would scold me for not knowing about relationships. Kinda stings, honestly. Tsundere? The hell's that supposed to mean? Nothing really. You think I'm ever gonna act dere towards you? Just know that you're out of luck. So you're admitting that you are a tsundere then? Of course not! It's a metaphor, dummy! Oh, I could watch this all day. This is beautiful. Yeah, that does seem a little strange, doesn't it, Zach? Jeez. The bright red color on Natsuki's face stems from a blend of embarrassment and anger. Natsuki seems almost relieved that we'll be parting ways as we approach the school. After a brief farewell, she darts toward the cafeteria, leaving me alone in the entrance. Lunchtime. There you are! An excited voice comes from behind as I'm opening my lunch. Man, I was looking everywhere for you! Lunch started 10 minutes ago, and this is my usual spot. How'd you manage to take that long looking for me? Well, there were a few things to check over first, but that's not important. Then what is? Dirt. I need to know what that stands for. Now that I'm here, we can get down to business. He plops down at our table with an unusually large amount of confidence. Whoa! What happened to your hand? Nothing really. Accidentally cut it while... Ooh, let me guess. Something like a powerful demon resides within this hand. Its bandages have been blessed so that they may contain the beast's power. If they were ever to be undone, the chaos that would ensue could potentially destroy the planet itself. Kaiba, so something tells me I don't think it's anything at all like that. Even though the pain is unbearable at times, my duty as an ancient guardian is to always maintain control over the darkness. In order to protect the ones closest to me, I must never give in to the demon's influence. He strikes a grand pose, seemingly expecting standing ovation. That sounds right, yeah. I'm both impressed and annoyed at how you managed to come up with that off the top of your head. Yeah, not gonna lie, I wish I could come up with that off the top of my head. Actually, no, what am I saying? That sounds exactly like the kind of thing I would imagine. Because I've been watching too much SCP Explained in the last few months. And no, I'm unfortunately not suffering from any Chunibo, like, delusions. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. You made a kid tell a teacher because you told them Six Flags is better than Disneyland. That's amazing. That's a shame. It would be a great fit for your brooding personality. Chunibyo. Chunibyo? Bio? I'm not sure which. Ooh! Did I ever tell you about the girl in my middle school with the eye patch? As interesting as that story probably is, shouldn't we be getting back on topic? Hey, send help! Hello, hello! Oh, that's right! I finally have a plan to defeat you! Defeating me, huh? Deciding that the sandwich in my hand is more important than this conversation, I begin to eat. Yeah, I don't need to hear any of this. Kaiba, you ramble on about whatever drug-induced delusions are going on in your mind. I'm gonna eat my lunch. Christ. Call 'em all you want, but just know that you won't be sitting on that high horse for much longer. Nom, nom, nom. You know, my strategy is pretty incredible. You really would be impressed. But if you're too scared to face the truth, I guess that's understandable. It's not every day that you're utterly defeated, after all. You can hear me, right, Ben? Damn it, I've run out of sandwich. What a legendary line. That's amazing. Considering my lack of alternatives, it appears hearing out whatever maniacal thing you've decided to ramble on about today is my only choice. You may begin. Right, though being excited is kinda hard when you put it like that. But that doesn't matter now, because I've officially begun the operation to acquire my own harem! Oh god. He's still obsessed with this whole harem thing. Why? I sit in utter silence until things begin to feel awkward. That right? How, you ask? Well... it's simple, really. Just this morning, I signed up to join the swim team. Hey, but are you actually a good swimmer? After showing off my killer moves, I'll have a swim team harem in no time. He stands triumphantly while delivering this last line. You know, Kaiba, your shenanigans do tend to be pretty random and hard to predict. But I never thought you'd go so far as to form a harem of dudes. Definitely comes out of left field, but I'm glad to learn that you're so open-minded. Huh? What are you talking about? The swim team has tons of cute girls on it. Yeah. That doesn't mean they're going to be on the same swim team as you. And I can tell you that is a straight fact. Because there's supposed to be, at least, I should clarify, when I was on swim team, the 1 year I actually did it, there was a boys team and a girls team. So, I don't think this is gonna work out in the way Kaiba expects, is what I'm saying. That very well may be true, but you know that the girls and the guys practice separately, right? Yep, that's how it worked when I was on swim team. It would appear Kaiba did not really think this through, guys. Seriously? People like you are the reason that rule exists in the first place. You might be grouped together at swim meets, assuming our school even qualifies for those, but even then, that's only around once a month. Kaiba already takes his seat before laying his head on the table. It's not like your plan was gonna work anyways, and you could always just quit the team. He shakes his head in denial. Why not? When my advisor asked me why I wanted to join, I told her it was because I loved swimming and had wanted to become a member for a long time. Said that since I'm a senior, this was my last chance to avoid living with any regrets. I'll try my best and never give up. His voice loses more and more energy until it becomes nearly inaudible. Yeah, he did not think this through whatsoever. As I would expect from someone like him. Are you stupid or something? Hey pal, you just blow in from Stupid Town? Damn, JC, now that's a roast. I take it back. Tiger Electronics are better than Kaiba. And that's a pretty low bar. Jesus Christ. Does anybody even remember Tiger Electronics? Jesus Christ. Ooh, even lower. Damn. This time he nods his head in agreement. If you can't quit, just don't go to practice. I cannot wait to see where this goes. With Kaiba realizing he's made a huge mistake joining the swim team. Sonic 06 is better than Kaiba. Kinda can't do that either. They say that the coach is super strict and will chew you out if you miss too often. Then why not be honest and tell him you only joined the team to oogle girls and build a harem? Oh yeah, what a swell idea. I'm sure that would go over great with everyone. Jeez, did you at least try to take this seriously? What exactly do you expect me to do? Are you even good at swimming, or did you pick the team based on the male to female ratio? Well, I mean, it's the latter option, isn't it? I know how to swim. You realize they're probably gonna test you when you get to the practice, right? Find out if you're actually worth anything. At least you've got the bare minimum going for you. Unfortunately for me, the silence doesn't last long. Oh, that reminds me. The track team is apparently looking for new members. Thinking about doubling down on the sports team harem thing? Figured you would have learned your lesson. Also, that's good to know. That's not it. I thought that you might be interested in joining. Me? Why? I mean, you joined the literature club after all. Signing up for a sports team seemed like the next step. Hey, Maritza! Welcome to the stream! Hope I pronounced that right. How you doing tonight? You appear to be misunderstanding something, Kaiba. The only reason I joined the club is because Sayori's the one who asked me. Hey, good to hear. Well, yeah. Isn't the track team a good fit? You like running, don't you? Huh? I've seen you out jogging on my way to the station before. Considering how early in the morning those times were, I assumed you must really enjoy it. Let me see. No, I do it early in the morning, the express purpose that people don't see me. Alright, Kaiba, be honest. Have you been stalking me? What? Of course not! It was seriously a coincidence. I sometimes have to head to Shibuya early on weekends for family stuff. I thought about calling out once, but figured you would have just ignored me. You've got good instincts. Very funny. Anyway, that's why I brought it up. Just thought you should know. I see. So, what do you think? Gonna join? No. One club is enough for me. Any more socializing beyond that, and I'll start growing gray hairs. Oh, funny. Yeah, I can only assume this would play out a little differently if we had more points than this here. Yeah, you're an old codger. But you should know that the coach is apparently on the up and up with some of the people involved with college admissions around here. Not saying he'd give you a sports scholarship or anything. Getting a recommendation from him certainly wouldn't hurt. You seem to have done your research. Alright, have a good night, Zach. Thanks for hanging out. There a reason you're trying to press me into joining a sports team? Trying to wear me down, perhaps? Register of a clown motel. This motel is a clown motel, and then I saw a couple clowns like you come in through my door. How would you react? I would be confused. Also, welcome to the chat, Spray. How's it going? Okay, I was kind of curious how that worked, Keenan. That must mean there's a lot of game left. Just very high. I see. Well, I hope you're having a good trip, man. Don't worry. I'm just trying to break open your shell so I can see that dare side of yours. My reasons are entirely selfish. He declares this with a bright gleam in his eyes. First, I don't have a dare side. Second, it's not a shell. I simply have a more realistic view of the world compared to most people. Shell, pessimism, edgy, call it whatever you want. Are you trying to annoy me? Maybe a little. His pestering continues until the bell rings. That's better. You are currently going to Jupiter. That's crazy. While returning to class, a thought crosses my mind. The track team, huh? Yeah, just a thought to keep in mind. I'm deep in thought while waiting for my last period class to start. If what Kaiba said about the coach having college connections is true, meeting this guy could be beneficial. Though the idea of becoming acquainted with more people isn't exactly comforting. Plus, there's always the option of quitting if it seems like a waste of time. Convincing myself that joining the track team may hold some value, I pull out my phone and send a message to the club's group chat. Monica replies, "Okay," right as my final class begins. After the final bell, I made my way to the faculty office to speak to an advisor. She told me a few things about the team. Apparently Kaiba's info wasn't too far off. She explains to me that the coach is pretty well liked by the nearby universities. Mr. Takahashi his name. Seems to be a pretty admirable guy. She even mentions that he's willing to give recommendations to students that he thinks have potential. My advisor noticed me perk up as she mentioned this and proceeded to smile. Well, you are joining the team fairly late, given you're a third year and all. But Mr. Takahashi judges character just as well as he judges athletes. If you make a good impression, I'm sure it's possible he could lend you a hand. Beyond that, the only thing left to tell you is that the team meets on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, unless it's raining, of course. They'll be meeting every day of the week during the orientation period, however, so you can stop by any time during then. They'll occasionally have track meets with some of the other local schools, but you're not required to compete in them. That's about it. I'm sure Mr. Takahashi will go into more detail and be happy to answer any questions that might come up along the way. Him and the rest of the team should be at the track right about now, so if you're set on joining, you can go ahead and change into your gym clothes and head out there. Once she's finished telling me everything, I give a bow and thank her for the help. I then begin heading towards the locker room to change. Okay. Yeah, so we're actually serious about this. Okay, so never mind what I said earlier. As I make my way onto the field, I'm met with a burly man wearing a beaming smile on his face. Ah, another newbie! Looks like our team's gonna be a good size again this year. Nice to meet you, kid. The name's Kazami Takahashi, but you can just call me Coach Taka. Hey, that's a lot easier. Also, how's it going, SBF? I don't know if you'd rather me call you SBF or Sarah. I'll let you decide. But either way, good to have you. Nice to meet you. My name is Ben, of Class 3B. Ah, looks like you've got some pretty good manners, kid. You'll be a breath of fresh air among these other delinquents. Some of the other athletes standing around laugh as he says this. Not sure if serious or sarcasm. It's always hard to tell with these coaches. You said Class 3B, right? Looks like I won't have much time to whip you into shape, but I'll do my best. What do you mean, why do you say diamonds? You good, bro? You still with us? Oh, okay. That's probably why. Don't overdo it, man. He gives me an even bigger smile and slaps me on the shoulder. So, Ben, you ever run on a team before? No, sir. Only as a hobby. A hobby, eh? At least means you enjoy it. I'm not sure what accent to give this guy. Alright then, newbie. Since it's your first day, I'll have you run some events with the team so you can get a feel for them. Once you've found one that you like or feel comfortable with, we'll have you focus on it. Sound good? Yes, sir, Coach Taka. I was never part of a track team. In fact, I actually have a really bad memory about track and field from elementary school. And it's a big part of why I don't like sunlight or the heat too much. Because in 5th grade, we had a big track and field day towards the end of the year with a bunch of other schools. And it was 100+ degrees outside, really humid. It was not the most fun day to do track and field stuff. But the most insulting part about it was that the only refreshments that they had were different kinds of sodas, and if you wanted water, yeah, shit, you were just screwed, because they wouldn't let you go back inside. So yeah, that's just a big what the fuck happened there moment. So yeah, as the day went on, and I ran more events, I got tired and sweaty, and I actually threw up at one point because I had a heat stroke. and it's just like, I can't do this anymore. So yeah, only then did they realize, oh shit, we screwed up here. So yeah, I went inside, got some water, and yeah, that was it for me on track and field day. It was not the most pleasant experience, and it's why I do not have the best relationship with the sun, sunlight, the heat, just anything hot in particular, because, you know, brought back to that track and field day where, you know, I'm there running events, jumping over hurdles, long jumping shit, while I'm getting more and more sweaty and dehydrated, and all they have is soda. and just so we're clear, when I was younger, I really just would not drink soda at all. Like, that should give you an idea of just how much I was against soda when I was younger. I would rather dehydrate and suffer a heat stroke than just drink a soda. My attitude towards soda and carbonated beverages in general has changed since that day. I'll have one on occasion, but I'm not a big fan of carbonated beverages. I've learned to tolerate it, but they're still not my favorite things to drink. So yeah, that's probably why I never joined the track team. It was just not for me. That was not really my thing. And to answer your question, Pigstep, yes, it does. It's my favorite time of year. I look forward to it every year in the same way most people look forward to, like, summer and stuff. Me? No, I do not want summer to come. I'm always sad when the snow starts to melt and it turns into spring and then summer. It's like, oh, god damn it. Now I have to sit under my ceiling fan all day. Now I'm gonna be hot. I just don't like it. Like, sure, there's AC and ceiling fans and that stuff, but some days it just doesn't do enough, and I'm still just laying down, and I'll be sweating. You're lucky then. It's 113 degrees on Tuesday. Damn. Yeah, I could not handle temperatures like that. Although I guess as long as it's not humid, it isn't as bad. Because for me, what does it with heat is the humidity. It's always the humidity that gets me. Because yeah, we had days where I live that were so hot and muggy this summer that, you know, I would walk out of the store to, like, go get carts or something, and immediately, the first thing that happens, my glasses just fog up, and I can't see shit. Yeah, that's real fun. That's how you know it's a shit day. You prefer to go by Sarah? Alright, sounds good then, Sarah. Glad to have you with us. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to the mod before I get any more sidetracked. Yep, I've had to wear glasses since, like, 3rd or 4th grade. Anyway, let's see what happens with the track team here. That's the spirit. Alright, you other bums, teach them the ropes. Show them the stretches, teach them the basics, and then get moving! Orientation week means I get to work it extra hard. The more senior members give a hearty, yes sir, before taking me over near the starting line and giving me a rundown. The others had me join them in their stretching routine before giving me an explanation about the different events. They went into great detail about how each one should be ran and how heats work at track meets. I felt like I learned a lot about competitive running as they did. Once I had the basics down, I ran several of the events in an attempt to find one that I liked. It got harder and harder to keep up the more that I ran, but I managed somehow. By the time I was done, I felt like I had fire in my legs. That's what we want to work on here. Decided I was more of a mid-distance runner and chose the 400 meters as my event. Alright. This is like an example of drill sergeant language. Alright everyone, great effort today. Remember that I don't allow any negative feelings on my track, so everyone do your best to get along. Leave all your drama back in the locker room. Out here, you're a representative of your school and your teammates. More importantly, you're a representative of me, so don't do anything that'll make dinner with the wife awkward, will ya? A few chuckles emerged from some of the other members. And that's it. I look forward to seeing you all next time. The team responds with a yes sir before beginning to disperse. Still feeling some shock in my legs, I decide to sit down on the outskirts of the field to rest. As the noise surrounding me begins to disappear, I find myself in thought. Leave all your drama back in the locker room. Out here, you're a representative. All of our drama, huh? I'll admit, that's a big reason I run, just to clear my head. But still, if only it was that easy. You make a habit out of talking to yourself? Huh? Oh, hello there! She's still in uniform. Does that mean she isn't on the team? I stand up to face her as she begins to introduce herself. Nice to meet ya, stranger. The name's Rika Fujikawa, of Class 2B. Continue to look at the girl, apparently named Rika, with a confused expression. Oh, right! This isn't a confession or anything. I'm talking to you because I'm the manager of the track team. Oh, okay. Interesting. Guess I should have led with that, huh? You don't say, big step. You don't say. She lets out an awkward laugh as I continue to be bemused. So, now that I've introduced myself, she motions me with her hand as she says this. Right, my name is Ben, of Class 3B. Nice to meet you. Class 3B? Aw, man, Coach Tacky didn't say you were a senior. And here I was hoping that I would finally get to bully some newbie freshman now that I'm a second year. She opens her eyes and scans over my appearance a few times. Guess I should have known. You're way too tall to be a freshman. Sorry to disappoint you. You damn well better be. I mean... She begins to panic for some reason as I start developing a small headache. I get a sinking feeling in my chest as I realize that she kind of reminds me of Kaiba. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to use that sort of language in front of a team member. Language? You're supposed to You're supposed to speak French in front of us or something? Well, ha ha! You're quite the comedian, aren't you, Ben? But no, Coach Tacky said a manager shouldn't use profanity in front of their team. He said something about it setting a bad example. Well, I can see where the rest of the team gets it. I see. I wasn't trying to be sarcastic with my previous statement. I genuinely didn't realize that you swore. That's the way you normally speak. That's fine. I grew up around someone pretty vulgar, so I probably won't notice anyways. Someone vulgar, huh? Don't tell me you're one of those up-and-coming athletes with some tragic backstory. Define tragic. Right? I can't tell if you're messing with me or not, so I'm just gonna end it there. Anyways, I'd say we're nice and introduced by now, so my job here is done. She grins as though she did something actually worth accomplishing. You said you were the team manager, right? I don't recall seeing you during the practice. I look over her once again to try and confirm what she's been telling me. I guess she looks sorta athletic. Hey, stop looking at me like I'm some kind of slacker, would ya? That's really vague. I just ended up being a little late is all. When I came out, Coach Taki said there was a newbie staying behind to cool down. Hence my appearance before you. She spreads out her arms and does an extravagant bow. Yeah. If that's how you're gonna define a tragic pig step, then, shit. Right. I stretch my legs a bit and find that the pain in them has largely subsided. If that's all, then I'll be heading back. Alright. Coach Taki also told me to point out the locker room the guys normally change in before practice. It's a lot closer to the track than the general one, but it's kinda small. She walks next to me as I begin heading towards the school building. While we're walking, I decide to bring up something that's been bothering me. Don't you think it's a little strange to give your coach a nickname like that? Huh? Oh, you're talking about Coach Taki. I could tell you, but it's a pretty long story with a lot of juicy bits. Still care to hear it? No, can't say I'm that interested in knowing. Aw, for real? There's no way you're really that dull, are you? Normally when a girl brings up juicy bits, guys flock to her like catnip. Oh! Is it because you swing that way? Sorry to disappoint you once again, but I'm afraid that I'm fully heterosexual. It's just that I don't care to hear a long personal story from someone I just met. Yep, exactly right, Zach. One that I just happen to care a lot about. Or really anyone for that matter. Jeez, talk about unsociable. And I was just joking about the long story and juicy bits. I call him Coach, but he's more like an uncle to me. Him and my dad have been friends since before I was born. I always called him Taki as a kid. When he became my coach, it just sort of blended. Oh, I see. Good. And I hope it wasn't too long of a story for you. Wouldn't want to waste any of your valuable time, after all. No worries. Your explanation was fairly concise, and it's not like I was in the middle of doing anything important. I'd say my time wasn't wasted in any way. Huh? Seriously? Do people like you really exist? She continues to stare at me confused as we enter the school building. Yes, you probably just haven't had a run-in with someone like me in a very long time. After showing me the locker room the other track members use, Rika stops me. And that's it! Oh, I know, Zach. I know, Zach. We've only been together since March of 2020. But that is something I plan to continue for years. I don't plan on leaving this girl anytime soon. Haven't even been watching for a year. I'm not really bragging in any sense, mate. At least, I don't feel like I am, so... If I have been, then I apologize, mate. Like I said, it's pretty small, but it'll save you from walking all the way to the one near the gym. I'm guessing that's where your stuff is now? Thanks, and yeah, that's where my clothes are. Alright then, guess I'll be seeing you at prep. Ben? I turned to see Sayori at the foot of the stairs. Well, that's not how it's intended whenever I talk about being with Monica. That's not how I mean it to come off. I just like to include her in the stuff that I do. So I don't want her to be lonely and stuff. You know, it just feels wrong. It just feels wrong to leave her out like that. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Sayori. Why are you still here? Didn't the club end a while ago? Yeah, I know. It has been a while, Big Step. Huh? Oh, it did. But I stayed to help Monica with some stuff, so I just now left. Whoa, she's cute, Senpai. Is she your sister or something? Senpai? It's been 84 years. And what exactly makes you think that? I don't know. You just don't seem like the kind of guy girls like her talk to. You got a sort of antisocial aura around you. Can't argue the facts, but no, she's not my sister. Yeah, there is. I'm not sure how current it is compared to the more recent Just Natsuki mod that came out a little while back. But yeah, it's nice to see those two getting a resurgence. Ben? Sayori leans in and attempts to whisper. Who's she? No clue. She's been following me around for the last 20 minutes and I can't seem to shake her. Probably just one of those love-obsessed stalkers. Yandere, is it? Hey! Don't tell her that! She'll think I'm some kind of weirdo! Nice to meet you. My name's Rika Fujikawa of Class 2B. Are you a friend of Senpai's? Senpai? Oh, you mean Ben? Yeah, we're in the same club together. My name is Sayori. Same club together? Yep, we're both members of the literature club. Really? Rika once again looks at me and begins scanning my appearance. Yeah, that makes sense. You look way more like a bookworm than an athlete. Is that supposed to be a threat? Athlete? Oh, yeah. I'm the manager of the track team, so that's how we know each other. Since it was his first day, I've been showing him the ropes. You just introduced yourself to me, but whatever. Wait, you joined the track team, Ben? Did the outfit not give it away? Oh, that's funny. Really? Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask? Well, of course I didn't. I had no idea you liked running that much. Wait,
Does this mean you're gonna quit the club?
She seems genuinely depressed as this thought crosses her mind. I agree, Jay-Z. I agree. Can't say I was planning on it. Figured I'd just do both. She breathes a sigh of relief as I say this. Yeah, we didn't have any plans to quit the club.
Man, not even telling her you were going to join the track team. You really are a horrible... cousin?
Wrong again. She already said that we were in the same club. Is it really so hard to believe that we're friends?
Well, yeah, sorta.
I'm a little surprised. Most people that have been in your position assumed we're a couple.
Huh? You two? A couple? She's way out of your league.
What'd you say, you little punk?
Anyways, I should probably be leaving now. It was nice meeting you, Sayori. Yeah, you too.
After saying her goodbyes, Rika promptly leaves me to deal with this newly created mess of hers.
So, you two seem to get along.
Sayori? No. No, we do not. We do not get along whatsoever. I would have to agree, Marita. Ow! After thumping her on the head, I begin making my way to the locker room. Pretty beat after practice, so I'm gonna head home and rest after I change. You can go ahead and leave. No need to wait for me. She resumes pouting at me as she rubs her forehead. Alright, place your bets now, people. Is Sayori gonna wait for us here, or is she gonna leave without us? Because my money is on she still has the wrong idea, and she's gonna do her usual ignore me for 3 days routine. I reach the locker room after walking for a few minutes. Once inside, I change out of my gym uniform and gather my belongings. Looks like that's everything. Still feeling rather fatigued from practice, I begin to make my way home. I guess we don't get to find out. After arriving home, I took a long bath and made a larger than usual dinner. Now I'm just lying in bed, allowing my body to rest. Looks like I'm not used to exercising that much. I'm totally drained. Though I imagine I'll get used to it once I'm in better shape. Not that I consider myself out of shape by any means. But it's true that I haven't done any sort of real exercise since joining the literature club. As though the universe read my mind, I feel my phone vibrating with a notification stating there is a new message in the group chat.
Guys, did any of you know? Know what exactly?
For real, what's got you all excited?
Ben joined the track team! Did he really not tell any of you?
We kinda only saw you and Natsuki today, so, that's kinda hard.
I see, so that's what it was. When he messaged me saying that he was going to miss today's meeting, I thought that he may have been planning to join an athletic club. Given that it's their orientation week and all. It's true then? I must admit that I'm a little disappointed. So he did end up leaving after all. I expected this from the start, but I'm still a little pissed off. Now, there's no reason to jump to conclusions. Culture clubs and athletic teams aren't mutually exclusive. Did Ben tell you he intended to quit our club, Sayori? Well, no. He said he planned on doing both, but won't that be kinda hard? Not necessarily. If I'm remembering correctly, the track team meets on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Plus, the coach is apparently a really nice guy. If Ben tells him he's also a member of a culture club, I imagine he wouldn't mind him missing a practice here and there. That's a relief. It would be a shame to lose a member so soon after having them join. Well, yeah. I guess it does help our club to have more members. It's nice that you're concerned about a fellow member, Sayori, but don't you think you went about this the wrong way? Huh? What do you mean? You have Ben's personal number, do you not? You could have just contacted him directly. That does beg the question, though. If they're in a group chat, are they not just in, like, their phone's default messenger app where you kind of need the phone numbers of the person that you're texting? So wouldn't they all have each other's numbers? Or are they on some kind of app like Discord or something? Because that was not made clear, and now I'm just confused. Because it seems like they should all have each other's numbers if they're in a group chat like this together. For example, Ben, have you ever had any intention of leaving the literature club? No, ma'am. The way things are, I intend to stay until graduation. For real? If you're reading the messages, then why don't you ever say anything? So you're joining the track team wasn't some attempt to avoid coming to our meetings? Not at all. I joined to potentially better my future. Well, there we have it. Hopefully that cleared up any doubts you all may have had. Now that that's settled, I have some homework I need to attend to. I'll see you all in the club. Seriously, why don't you ever just reply normally if you're already reading the conversation? Because keeping up with the conversation is hard. That's why. I know from personal experience being in big group chats. But one does not simply chime in when everybody else is messaging, and the thing you're trying to reply to is like 10 messages above all the new messages. And Zach, I've already explained my tendency when it comes to that. She's gonna leave Natsuki on red, isn't she? Hey! Are you ignoring me? Perhaps he lost service? You're too naive, Yuri. Hey, Yuri, you try asking him a question. But if he can't respond, then why should I? It's fine, just do it! Right. Oh, I know. Ben, did you hear that another renowned horror author is writing a spiritual successor to The Killing Game? I did, actually. I read that it's supposedly taking place on an island this time around. Oh, okay. I'm excited to see what comes of it. Wait, so are you really just ignoring me? This is glorious. This is glorious. I love it. This guy really pisses me off. Well... Ooh, this looks like fun! Hey Ben, what's your favorite kind of cookie? I'm partial towards white chocolate, macadamia nut, but regular chocolate is quite good as well. That's too specific of a cookie. Dude, just chocolate. That said, it's been quite a while since I've eaten any cookies. You know what? Screw it. Maybe we'd be better off if he did just stay with the track team. Ben, maybe you should be a bit nicer to Natsuki. Well, had she given me a chance, I was actually planning to ask her if she'd consider making cookies for me in the near future. Your question got me thinking about them, and Natsuki does seem quite talented when it comes to baking. Wait, you were really gonna ask me that? Oh. Wait for it!
Gah! Because I love this shit. Oh my god. Oh, I love it. Oh my god. Dude, I told you. This is my kind of humor. Oh my god, this is so good. You were crying when you got there? Yeah, that's almost the point that I'm at right now. I feel oddly energized once I finished indulging in my bullying. Yep, sarcasm and dry humor. I love them. Maybe I really am a sadist. Right as I'm about to mute my phone, a message from Kaiba suddenly pops up. Hiya. Did you end up checking out the track team? Yep. Just got done talking to the other club members about it. For real? Why act surprised over your own idea? Because I figured the chance of you actually joining was near zero. Then why bother mentioning it in the first place? Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you did. Now we can be sports buddies. Wouldn't be need to become. I think they meant to. I think that's meant to be wouldn't we. The W and the B keys are pretty far apart on the keyboard there. I'm gonna assume that was an autocorrect or something. Anyways, would it be need to become regular buddies first? Very funny. What about you? How's the situation with the swim team? I remember when that was in the spotlight. Yeah, that was one of the dumbest things I'd ever seen. That was just so dumb. Shows how hopeless some people are when it comes to comedy nowadays. I'm not sure where you get comedy out of that, but yeah, his level. The guy trying to defend himself in that situation, the tournament runner, for banning that guy and his team for teabagging his teammate. That dude went full keyboard warrior, and it goes beyond parody. Well, my harem building plan probably won't end up working after all. Shocker. There were some cute girls at orientation, though, so that's a bonus. My question was referring to the actual swimming portion of the club, but seeing that your priorities are still warped is reassuring. Guilty as charged. Not keyboard warrior, guitar hero philanthropist. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's amazing. Man. That was an insult, not a compliment. As for the swimming thing, I'm actually better than expected. Who knows, I may even be a prodigy. Don't get your hopes up. And if you do end up being a prodigy, I'll be sure to let the world know that you only started swimming to form a harem. Come on, man, don't even joke about that! Our conversation slowly dies down from there until reaching a good stopping point. Once it's over, I decide to call it a night. Saturday, April 16th. Nice. How should I spend my free time? Yep, we don't have anything to read. And now it is decide time. How do we want to spend the day? Because, yeah, as we found out last time, you know, it's not just decide what you do for the morning and then decide what you do for the night. This is like, you know, for the whole day. So, yeah. I kind of want to lean towards running since we did just join track team. Be a good habit to stay with. And we can always break it up over the weekend, assuming we don't have much going on Sunday. So, I'm thinking we'd... Yep, that's the same. Yep, that's the same from previous. There's a prominent feeling of blood rushing through my legs as I return home from my eventual jog. Athleticism has increased from average to persistent. With my exercise routine finished for the day, I prepare to take a shower before heading to bed. Sunday, April 17th. Meaning you can look forward to sunny skies and clear weather for the next few days. Sipping my coffee while lounging around and watching the Weather Channel, I begin to feel the urge to spend some time outside. They're right about it looking nice out. Humidity's supposed to be low, so I could go for a jog without having to worry about sweating to death. My monologue is interrupted by the sound of a phone vibrating. From Kaiba. What the hell? What does he want so early in the morning? Debating on whether to answer or not, I let out a sigh before tapping on the screen. Yo! Looks like you were awake after all, Ben. Also, nice painting. What makes you think I wasn't just woken up by your call? Well, I doubt you would have answered if that was the case. Good instinct. That aside, what do you want? It's unusual for you to contact me on a weekend. Oh, right. I was going to invite you to go running with me. Damn, bro. If I'd known this, I would have done studying the previous day. But, what can you do? Huh? Running? I know, it seems kind of random, but I did join the swim team, you know. Then wouldn't it make more sense for you to go practice swimming? Well, obviously, but I can't really do that. The rec center's pool is closed on Sundays, and the beach is like an hour away. 45 minutes if you take a train. That doesn't really help. Shouldn't you be jumping at opportunities to visit the beach? Right? Using the swim team as an excuse will make dealing cops a lot easier. Dealing with cops, I think you mean? And why exactly would I be dealing with the police? What kind of mental image do you have of me exactly? Want an honest answer? No, never mind. What were we even talking about? You mentioned going running. Oh, right. Since I can't swim today, I figured running would be the next best thing. You know, for endurance training and all that stuff. that's your plan, then why bother inviting me? We've already established my awareness of your cardio hobby, right? Plus, I've got a sneaking suspicion that you're looking forward to being on the track team more than you let on. Why's that? Oh, so you're not denying it? To my surprise, I feel something like embarrassment as he pesters me. Whatever. Guessing the actual reason is because you don't want to go alone. That might be a small part of it. Well, I was already thinking about spending time outside. Not to mention, I've got nothing else going on. You might very well be JZ Scars. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting reading some of your messages. Huh. Kaiba is just a dollar store Issei. What do we think? So on one hand, we get more athleticism points. Ugly Sonic is better than Kaiba. So is that a no? 'Cause yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just reading the message. Michael says, I'd go, it's kind of funny. Because, yeah, on one hand... you should decline, try to actually meet some of the official characters. You're hanging around these bootleg characters always. That's just this episode. These guys haven't been super prominent. Well, Kaiba. He's got a pretty decent role, but yeah, this Rika was just introduced this episode, so that's just this episode so far. But yeah, like I said, if I had known... If I had known that this was going to happen, I would have done studying the previous day. That way I can kind of min-max those two effectively. I'm guessing if I decline, I can do something else. So yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards no. And because it's fucking Kaiba. Although I do have to wonder what kind of impact that'll have. Although honestly, I don't think losing Kaiba would be much of a loss. Because yeah, you're right, Big Step. All he does is complain about being a virgin. I mean, if you want to get the Monica route, because yeah, I know you keep trying to lean me towards that. Kind of sounds like only one person here is saying yes, so seems like we're all... Seems like we're almost all in agreement, so I'm gonna say no. Sorry, Kaiba, but I'm gonna sit this one out. For real? I thought something like this would be right up your alley. Well, that may be true. Asking randomly at the last minute isn't the best way to go about it. That sucks. Though there's no point in acting surprised. Maybe some other time, then. Yeah, maybe. Talk to you later. Later. Kaiba sounds disappointed as he ends the call. Putting my phone back in my pocket, I begin thinking. That's very specific, Caleb. Also, what's up, dude? Yeah. See, this is kind of what I was hoping for.
Because we did some running yesterday, and yeah, if we went running today, we'll kind of just look like a hypocrite to Kaiba. So, yeah. Using my day off to study may not be the worst idea. This is kind of how I wanted to do the weekend anyway, so... Looks like we get a win-win here. We get to ignore Kaiba's existence, and we get some study points. So, win-win. Just enjoying the weekend? Nice. I wish I could say the same, but I have to work tomorrow, and Sundays are always busy for us. So, yeah. I'll have Monday off, though. And yeah, thanks for coming by, Caleb. Good to see you. After eating breakfast, I returned to my room before releasing the contents of my book bag onto the desk. None of the material is particularly difficult, which allows me to breeze through most of the notes. By 4. Intelligence has increased from aware to informed. Alright. Monday, April 18th. Finishing my breakfast, it occurs to me that there's still 30 minutes left until the first bell rings. Yeah. Ever since I've started working, most Mondays I don't have to work. That's usually because Monday is always a grocery day. There isn't a shipment that comes in on Mondays, so rarely ever do they need me to work Mondays. It's not to say it never happens, but yeah. I pretty much always have Monday off. Saria and Kaiba won't be ready for a while. But I could probably walk with Natsuki, assuming she always heads to school this early. No better way to start a morning than bullying a girl suffering from an identity crisis, after all. Then again, going with her now may not be the best idea, given how little time we've spent together in the club room. Sayori Kaiba. Damn it, I really was hoping there would be a Natsuki option. God damn it. I wanted to mess with Natsuki some more. Oh my god, that's amazing. That would have been great. Get to know Natsuki some more. That would have been fun. But game says no. You swear if I pick Kaiba, you'll cry to sleep tonight. You'd be surprised, I actually was thinking about going with Kaiba. Since we didn't go running with him on Sunday. Sure, he's not that upset about it. That's a bit later, and I know you would have picked it. If you pick Kaiba, I'll be roasting him. There's no way. Only for a month, dude, damn. This is aggressive. Okay. Sayori it is, I guess. Yeah, listen. I came this far in my break already. You know, I can be cold sometimes, but I'm not cruel. Sayori is probably going to give the silent treatment to us. You're probably right, Cyrilkins, so we should probably deal with that. Looks like the usual. Yeah, this is the same. So we're just gonna skip ahead. I get the feeling there might be an opportunity for us to grow closer soon. But do we want to pursue it? That is the question. Upon exiting my classroom, I find myself frozen by an overwhelmingly ominous presence seeping from around the corner. The hell? What's with this aura? Giving in to curiosity, I slowly make my way through the hall before carefully peeking past the turn. What's waiting for me on the other side is worse than I'd imagined. Standing there is Kaiba, looking out the window into the courtyard and giggling to himself. In his hand rests a notebook with Harem Plan V2 written across the cover. Completely oblivious to the odd looks he's being given by the passing students, his eyes stay fixed on one spot. Looks like he's staring towards the bench where we normally eat lunch. Why gaze at it from a third-floor window? Planning to snipe me, maybe? No way. All the parts of a rifle wouldn't fit in a school-standardized bag. Whatever his reason may be, looking at that notebook gives me a sinking feeling in my gut. Maybe he's just a moron? Sensing ridicule, Kaiba quickly looks around. Luckily, I managed to take cover before being spotted. Unfortunately, however, his search doesn't end there, as he soon begins walking towards my position. Shit, gotta make a move! I don't have the mental fortitude to face whatever nonsense is sealed within that notebook. He's been ignored for so long, he's going insane. After scanning the hallway behind me, it becomes clear that I only have one choice. Throwing open a classroom door, I slip inside before crouching underneath the glass panel. The approaching footsteps soon make their way to where I was previously performing my reconnaissance. Wonder what's taking him so long today. Just know he's gonna love this. Holding my breath, I wait silently until he's gone further down the hall. That guy really is getting too comfortable around me. Ben? Hello? I turn around to find that the classroom wasn't as empty as previously assumed. Yuri sat a few meters away, staring at me with a confused expression. Don't need the apostrophe S there. Hey, Yuri, what's up? When she doesn't respond, it might be because I'm still crouched against the door. Oh, right. This. Oh, if you don't mind, may I ask what it is you're doing? Nothing much. Just figured now would be a good time to practice intruder drills. What happened? Intruder? Yup. While it's unlikely to actually happen, it can never be too safe. The world's a crazy place nowadays, after all. That it is. Right, I suppose so. That aside, what about you? Getting a head start on class? Not exactly. Saying this, she reaches into her bag and pulls out a stainless steel bento box. This is where I normally spend my lunch period. Excuse me. My next class is held in this room, so I began eating here after learning it was empty during lunch period. I see. Suppose that would save you the trouble of walking around school if you've got no reason to visit the cafeteria. Eating in a quiet, peaceful place also seems like it'd be relaxing. Do you ever read as well? Her eyes light up and she quickly begins nodding her head. I do, actually. Oh, this is so precious. Precious bean. Eating lunch and then reading really makes me feel cozy, especially on rainy days.
Reminds me of someone. And something she also enjoys during the rain. Funny. Yuri catches herself getting excited and begins furiously blushing.
I mean...
Something wrong?
No, not at all. It's just... Well... Most people normally eat in groups, right? I was concerned that seeing me alone would have given you the wrong idea.
Don't worry about it. I'm rather fond of spending the lunch period by myself as well. I even began eating in the courtyard recently for that very reason. Though its successfulness has been pretty hit or miss. A smile returns to Yuri's face as she's seemingly reassured by my antisocial behavior.
I see. That's a relief.
Relief?
Oh, never mind. I didn't mean anything by it.
It's something I decided to look into when I was messing around with my layout earlier today. Decided to see what I could do with it. It's something I mentioned at the start of the stream as well. No, it's something I've known about, but just never really implemented into my layout. Because I didn't think about that with the old setup of the layout. So I figured, since I was remaking the layout, I'd take a look at it. Right. It's just something I decided to try out, so you'll have to let me know what you think of it. Yeah, trust me, just because you suggest me something doesn't mean I'm gonna implement it right away. That's why I have a folder called Stream Notes for mod suggestions and stuff. Also, what's up, Monica Dev? How's it going? Glancing at the clock, I see that lunch period is nearly halfway over already. Sorry for wasting your time, Yuri. I'll get out of your hair so you can enjoy your bento.
That's not true! You weren't wasting my time at all!
That a fact? Hey, he said the thing! He said the catchphrase! While I'm making my way back towards the door, Yuri speaks up again.
Do you still have to go to the cafeteria?
Not today. Like you, I brought something from home.
I see. You said you normally eat in the courtyard, correct? Wouldn't getting there from here take quite a while?
I get what you're saying, Yuri. I get what you're saying. Given that we're on the 3rd floor, I suppose it would. Unless, of course, I decided to use the window as a shortcut.
The window?
Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, I said it in an earlier part, but yeah, that's basically his catchphrase in this mod, I swear. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Zach. I haven't explored every tool that OBS has to offer. I basically just set up what I need and then go from there once I decide that I want to change it up. Given her expression and barrage of questions about my remaining time, beginning to see where she's trying to go with this. Reserved or not, everybody likes company once in a while. That said, I don't intend to simply give in without her doing any heavy lifting. Well, guess I'll be seeing you in the club, Yuri. Oh yeah. If you binged this whole series and did a drinking game out of how many take a shot every time he says that a fact, yeah, I'm not sure how many of you would make it to the end. After taking a few more steps towards the exit, I hear her beginning to mumble. I was about to say, am I looking at sign language or something? Jesus, that's a lot of hands. Ooh. Did you need anything else?
Oh, no. Well, yes, I suppose.
Huh?
I'd feel bad if you didn't have time to finish your meal because you were held up by me. So, perhaps it may be more convenient to eat it here. Unless, of course, you don't want to. I'd understand if you prefer to be alone.
She begins playing with her hair while mumbling what sounds like apologies. Sure, that sounds nice. I'll take you up on your offer.
Really?
I'll see why not. Like you said, there probably wouldn't be enough time to eat if I trekked all the way to the courtyard. Least I could do is accept after you went through the trouble of asking.
Very well. In that case, would you care to take a seat?
Doing as she says, I walk over and get settled into the desk adjacent to her. The next few seconds are spent with the two of us taking out and preparing to eat our bentos. I'm somewhat surprised when I look over and see hers is packed with a Greek salad, smoked salmon pinwheels, and ketchup fried rice. Pretty extravagant for a school lunch. How much does something like that cost these days?
Actually, this box wasn't bought from a store. My mother and I prepared it this morning, with her making the salad and me handling the salmon. I know it seems excessive, but she always insists that I bring this much at least, even when I tell her I'm never able to finish it all.
Yuri's healthy figure would make a lot more sense if her meals consistently look like this. Yes, indeed. Stopping my eyes from falling to her chest while thinking this, I return my attention to her lunch. Probably for the best. If that's the case, then it looks like I've met someone else with a talent for cooking, which I'll admit feels quite refreshing. You have to do homework tomorrow, but you don't want to? Yeah, I've been there, mate. I always use the metric, how important is this assignment? Well, two metrics. How is my overall grade doing? And how important is this assignment? Because, yeah, if I was scrounging for every point I could get, which was very rare, it's maybe like one or two, maybe three classes, then yeah, I would do it. But if it's a class I'm having no trouble in and the assignment isn't that important, especially if it was one that seemed like it required way more effort than it was worth, I was just like, it's 10 points, who cares?
I've heard that Sayori can be something of a handful when she enters a kitchen.
Handful might be an understatement, but getting to know you and Natsuki will hopefully balance the scales. That's a lot of emotes. Well, please do before this turns into an emote spam war, because I don't want that. That would not be very fun. I suppose, yeah.
Now that you mention it, we did eat some of her cupcakes the day you joined the club, didn't we?
Well, she is a talented baker. I'm unaware of how much that talent carries over to the other areas of cooking.
Baking is certainly her strong point, but she also performs quite well when preparing normal meals. Even if she does have a tendency to get caught up in its appearance.
Have you seen her cooked meals before?
Indeed. We occasionally eat dinner together when my parents are out of town.
She freezes as she says this.
Not that it's very often, of course. It's just when it's convenient. Having more people.
The speed at which she went from calm to total panic makes me think a fuse might have been blown. Not a bad assumption. Don't see why she bothers getting embarrassed talking about Natsuki at this point. She's scared I'll think they're friendly toward each other or something? Right. Having an extra set of hands would certainly make meal prepping a lot easier. That's amazing, Zach. Oh, I would love to hear the timeline of how you got to that point, because that is pretty incredible. Plus, you often end up with extra food when cooking for only one person. Hey, that's what leftovers are for.
Exactly! That's right! That's all it is!
Sure. Okay, Yuri. There's something amiss with the way she aggressively agrees, but I'm not one to pry. The two of us return our attention to eating once she's settled down. About 5 minutes remain in the lunch period as we finish eating. True to her word, Yuri has some food left over, which isn't surprising considering the sheer quantity she had. She briefly wore an expression that made me think she was going to offer me the rest, but was unable to muster enough courage. It was either falling off a cliff like Kratos did back in God of War 1, or that, so I went with that. Huh. Interesting. How'd you get to that point where you're falling off a cliff? Thanks again for having me, Yuri. Your invitation helped me to get out of a pinch. Wrong your, by the way.
There's no need to thank me, Ben. I didn't do anything praiseworthy.
Oh, she has no idea.
In fact, allow me to apologize again for holding you up. Hopefully my company didn't make you feel uncomfortable.
Dream bracelet? Hold on, I need to do a Google search. What dream bracelet are you talking about? Then I would be scared shitless, Cyrilkins, is what I will say. Anyways. Oh, is Dream Bracelet Minecraft. Is this something coming to Minecraft? It doesn't seem like it. Nothing really comes up that's relevant to it, except for that old Minecraft streamer Dream. So I don't think it's that. You sent me a video. Oh. Oh, okay, so yeah. There's kind of a dual meaning to dream bracelet when you say that. See, I wasn't thinking something quite like that. So yeah, it's not quite what I thought it was. Oh, hold on, let me go back to Discord here. Oh, you meant in chat. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw, man. But yeah, that... I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I'm not sure what he's trying to achieve by doing that. Like, I don't know. I don't get what he's trying to do with that. It's kind of funny, I haven't heard about that dream guy since the speedrunning controversy. So yeah, shows how much I keep up with that stuff. Well, yeah. Yeah, I kind of have only a passing interest in Minecraft, so kind of figures that I wouldn't keep up with this stuff. You know? It's not a game that I'm super obsessed with. So when it comes to Minecraft, I will give you that. Anyways, we're gonna continue on with our lunch period with Yuri here. In fact, allow me to apologize again for holding you up. Hopefully my company didn't make you feel uncomfortable. Not at all! Having you around made things a lot more relaxing. It's a nice contrast to how things normally are. I'm relieved to hear that. Still, it was surprising to hear that you normally eat lunch alone. Well, my attempts to do so are hindered more often than not. That aside, why were you surprised? With how close you and Sayori seemed during the club meetings, I assumed you'd spend breaks together as well. I can understand why you'd think that way. Is there a particular reason you don't? Of course, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I was just a little curious. Don't worry, there's not much of a story to it. Yo! Little Debbie gang for life, let's go! I love their Swiss rolls. That's the good shit. The two of us have eaten together in the past. We just don't very often because I told her not to. You told her not to? The utter shock on Yuri's face makes me realize how poorly that was worded. You don't say! You've got the wrong idea. My decision didn't stem from any negative feelings. Nice. Hey man, you have to indulge once in a while. Although I will say, when it comes to Little Debbie, my favorite thing is definitely the Cosmic Brownies. Just... Never go wrong with Cosmic Brownies. Damn. So good. I only wanted her to spend more time around her classmates and other friends. Sari has a tendency to be territorial around me. I told her not to eat lunch with me because of our excess time together. Or because our... Sorry, I read that wrong. Because our excess time together may end up hurting her relationships with other people. Of course, explaining that to her wasn't exactly easy. Even now, she's likely not fully convinced that it's for her own sake. There. As long as you're not overdoing it, you're good, mate. As far as I'm concerned, if you ask me. Everything in moderation, as they say. Because there is such a thing as too much of a good thing. Well, that would be rather jarring to hear from someone you're close to. Not that it's any of my business, but I'm sure your good intentions got through to her in the end. Thanks for the optimism. Who's that? Oh, that must just be the lunch bell. That could have been better explained. Ah! Guess it's about time I head to class. See you in the club, Yuri. Right, I'll see you soon. A thought dawns on me as I'm walking down the hall. If Sayori knew Yuri spent our lunch period eating alone in a classroom, she'd probably want me dropping in every now and then to act as company. That said, there's no guarantee that Yuri actually wants me joining her. Maybe once I've returned the books she lent me. An unusual sight awaits me as I step into the club room. That being Sayori sat at a desk staring into a textbook. Yes, that is unusual. What is this? Sayori doesn't study? This is surprising. Didn't expect you to be the type to use an extracurricular activity as a means of being productive. Ugh. Upon looking up, her face reveals that she's got more than a few wires crossed. Don't be mean! I'm almost always being productive. Now you sound like me, Sayori, and we both know that's not true. Come on. The stutter didn't exactly help make that convincing, but I'll ignore it for now. Mind telling me what you're working on? Algebra homework. Here, these are the ones that I have left. She spins her textbook around, revealing several problems that have been circled. Ah, alright. Quadratics, huh? A lot of them at that. Huh. Now, is this just like quadratic formula and stuff? 'Cause yeah, I don't remember everything about doing quadratics. School was a long time ago. Looks like your teacher isn't holding any punches. Almost makes me feel bad for the class. Well, actually... She begins fidgeting in her seat. Let me guess. This isn't a class assignment. Now that you mention it, a workload like this is more akin to a personal vendetta.
Wrong personal. Unless that was intended to be that way. Because, yeah, personnel vendetta doesn't make as much sense, at least to me. All you do is move carts and place things on shelves. Actually, there's a little more to what I do at work than you think. Yes, I do put things on shelves, but not for the amount of time that you might think. Most of what I do up at work nowadays is that when our shipment gets to the store, those big 8-foot pallets with like 100 things on them, yeah, I'm the one breaking all of that stuff down to be sent out onto the sales floor. And yeah, some of that stuff weighs anywhere from 20 to 50 pounds. There's a reason they require you to be able to lift at least 40 pounds to do the job. Because yeah, when you're unloading shit from pallets all day, yeah, if you don't do it right, you are going to wreck your back. It's good for you, mate. I'm just telling you what I'm doing all day. I spend very little of my time nowadays up there actually putting stuff onto the shelf anymore, because my knowledge of where things are, has gotten to a point where it's more valuable for me to break down the pallets and have other people bring it out than it is for me to be out on the sales floor putting it up. Because anybody can put stuff up, but not, everybody on the team has the knowledge to know just off the top of their head where so many things go in the store that they're able to separate them, by aisle, by section, and, have them ready to go while other people are out on the sales floor working. So, yeah. It's kind of a rundown of what I do on the stock team up there. After 4 years, yeah, I have a pretty solid foundation of knowledge on where things are in the store, and that serves me well up there. Because, yeah, instead of, putting stuff up on the shelves, I'm one of the ones getting it ready for everybody else. So, yeah. And that's something... That's something I can be proud of. I know we're not the same, mate. I know we're not the same. I'm not trying to downplay the stuff that you do. And the fact that you're, lifting even heavier stuff, that's awesome. Especially given what kind of school you go to. It's a little different than what I've got going on. But yeah, just wanted to clarify that. Because, yeah. My work days nowadays are, very... I spend a minimal amount of time putting stuff on the shelf. At most, if we're ahead of schedule, I'll spend like an hour and a half putting stuff on shelves. Usually, it's like 30 minutes or less, though. That's awesome, mate. That's awesome. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to the mod now. I'm kind of getting sidetracked again. No? You don't have to. How'd you get on her bad side? Put a thumbtack in her seat? A razor in her apple? Of course not! Well, who would do something like that? I was just late to class a few times. Nothing major, really. But she gave me this assignment and told me it'd serve to make up for all the time I'd missed. Isn't that mean? Seems pretty forgiving to me. There's plenty of teachers who dock your score without so much as a warning. Ooh, well, maybe. But look at it! You haven't even learned some of this stuff yet!
Are you sure being tardy didn't cause you to miss the review?
I'm almost positive.
Something tells me she's leaving out important details on purpose here, guys. Right.
She seems to have her hands full. I should... Huh.
I think it would be cruel if we just left her to her own devices. Sent me your progress. Yep. That ain't exactly reassuring. Yeah, I know. Well, what do we think? Do we leave her to do this on her own? Or do we help her out? Lend her a hand, says Cyrilkins. Because I don't really see a reason to say no in this situation. And I mean, we're being a good friend, right? I already know what my stats are, so... You never have enough intelligence for it. That's why I did the mix of reading and studying. So I figured that would be enough to get up to Intel rank 1. One more rank? Yeah, I know. Huh? Another message from Zach. Yep. Yeah, we all seem to be in agreement. We really don't have any reason not to. Because, I mean, it's Sayori. Do you think she knows how to do this? More importantly, do you think she would figure it out? So I think the latter option is the right choice. Well, the volume of problems is large. It's not much in the way of variety. Most of them are the same type, just with different numbers. Go ahead, mate. More socialism. What are you on about, mate? Here, let me see your pencil real quick.
Huh? Oh, here.
Taking it, I begin writing the necessary equations next to the problems that use them. I recall most of them from classwork, but there are still 2 left that even I don't recognize. For these, you have to use factoring. The equations over here have to be plugged in with the numbers that are provided. And I'm sure you can figure out what to do with the ones that have a blank graph next to them. I've never seen anything like these 2 before, so you may be right in saying she assigned something that hasn't been covered yet. Oh, trust me, Michael, I know he does. I already stated, I'm kind of just playing this how I would, letting you guys weigh in. But yeah, you guys know what I want. But I'm the kind of person that likes to figure things out. You told me what we need to do, but how we get there, that's another story. So yeah. I've never seen anything like... That's what I was gonna say. I kind of got sidetracked a little. This does make me wonder, though, if you somehow got enough intel points to have intel level 2 by this stage, would you understand the other two problems that you can't understand at the current intel level that we're at? I don't even know if that's possible. Maybe if you spent a lot more time studying. But yeah, it's just something that I'm thinking about. Actually, you know what? If you did spend more time studying, you maybe could do it. See? Told you so! Don't get too full of yourself. The problem you're currently on has been covered and is actually rather basic. For the ones I didn't write anything next to, you'll have to look up in the chapter. The formulas and sample problems are usually bold-faced, which should make finding them easy. See, here's the problem with that idea, my boy. From my experience, when it comes to these math problems, the ones that they show you to help you understand, like, the concept and stuff, are, like, the most basic version of the problem that it applies to. And then the homework is, like, taking it up several pegs. And just, it feels like the example does not apply to the problem that you're working on, and it's just like, how does this correlate to this? Like, you know what I'm saying? Anybody else feel that way about the sample problems in your math books? Because it can't just be me. Having tried to ease her burden... Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing... That sounds like the kind of thing you would do. Given how Monica is. Having tried to ease her burden, I return Sari's pencil before spinning the book back towards her. A big smile spreads across her face as she looks over my work. We have to do the hard problems both as the entry task and the assignment. Yeah, but what I mean is, like, the problems that they present you in examples to, you know, get the concept that they're trying to get across to you and make it, you know, easier to understand, I guess. You know, they want you to be able to figure it out. But then the problems that they assign you related to what they just taught you, you know, goes way beyond what they're trying to teach you. And that's where I would always get thrown off, because it's like, bro, what the fuck? This is way more advanced than the thing they just taught me. What is this shit? Thanks, Ben. I didn't know you were so smart. That only applied to tests for your school? Well, makes sense. Don't get too excited, this is only an outline. Yeah, because we don't just want to give her the answers. That wouldn't be learning now, would it? You still have to do all the heavy lifting.
Disregarding my words, Sarah continues beaming. That's not what she's excited about. Well, whatever. Don't start thinking I'll always be around to help you with stuff like this. And try fixing that tardiness of yours, would you? The work's gonna keep piling up until you do. At this rate, I'll end up having to implement some anti-slacking off measures. I'll do what I can. And thanks again, Ben. I had no idea what I was doing. No, I'm just saying that they would have some tough questions on the test. I'm just saying that makes sense. That's not something you should declare with confidence. I really do worry sometimes about the state this girl would be in if I weren't around. With Sari busy doing schoolwork, I guess I'll spend the meeting... Looks like we have a choice here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm kind of torn here. Because I want to capitalize on the lunch that we had with Yuri earlier, but at the same time, I kind of want to fuck with Natsuki, because we didn't get to do that this morning. I see we're thinking the same thing, Cyrilkins. You get socialism points either way. Oh, I'm sure. But I'm just torn between who we go with here. Because, man, I want to see both sides here. But you might gain big brain from Yuri? That is true. Oh, wait. We wanted to give that book back to Yuri. This is the perfect time to discuss that book. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, but saving is for losers, man. Makes it pointless to have choices. Long time no see. We meet again, Ben. Have you been well since our last parting? Never better. Though I'm slightly concerned that the novelty of knowing me will wear off too quickly with these continuous meetings. Novelty? Sorry, just giving myself a dose of self-depreciation. Yeah, he's destined to do the kind of thing I'm doing. I see. Though you shouldn't speak ill of yourself. I'm sure Sarah would be upset if she heard you. With what's on her plate right now, she doesn't have much attention to spare for other people. No, I mean... It's just the kind of thing you do when you make videos. We both look towards Sarah to see her face still buried in a textbook. Seeing her so focused on her work does feel a little strange. Missing a letter there. And yeah, I agree, Yuri, it is strange. Also, hey again, JC. Not to say she doesn't work hard, of course. You're right that it's an unusual sight, but I'd like to think she has her act together more than she lets on. I'm sure there must be some truth to that if you're the one saying it. Because a square is made up of two triangles? Yeah. Two right triangles, to be specific. You are the expert on the subject, after all. Never considered myself an expert when it comes to Sayori, but you're free to believe what you want. Wrapping up our discussion of the Vice President, we instead begin discussing the book she's currently reading. Not quite what I wanted, but hey, can we, like, give her the book that we have so we can discuss that?
Like, that's what I really would like to do here.
Monica announces the end of the meeting and everyone prepares to head home. Ready to leave, Ben?
Yep. How'd the algebra homework go?
Pretty good. The stuff you wrote down ended up helping a whole lot. There was still some stuff I couldn't figure out, but that's a problem for later.
Hey, it's a start. Not sure if that's the best attitude for dealing with homework, but some progress is better than no progress. Yeah. Sometimes you just need to come back to things with a fresh mindset. Believe me, I know that. Alright, sounds good, Jay-Z. Have a good night. And if you needed a better explanation, why not ask Monica? She's much more suited to teaching than me.
I know, but using up her time always feels bad. Monica's a really busy person after all.
She's also your friend and club president, right? Right? Some of that time should be devoted to you regardless of how it's used.
Maybe. But what about you? When's the last time you relied on someone?
Other than you, I'd say middle school. Unless my parents paying for the house falls into your definition of relying. Well, hearing it from me may not mean much, but I'm sure the others would agree. They all seem rather fond of you, after all.
Fond seems like a strat.
Objection! Oh damn, I bumped the touchpad. Objection! If anything, that's an understatement. But even being fond isn't good enough. Don't they know my childhood friend is the cutest, most dependable girl in the world? They should have begun constructing a shrine the day they met you. Okay, I get it. Now you're just being ridiculous. Jeez, how can you say such embarrassing stuff like that? Because we've been friends for, like, a decade? Didn't you hear me? It's because my childhood friend is the cutest, most While she may be trying to act tough, her pouting does little to hide the crimson color that has invaded her cheeks. The two of us exit the school together, with our walk home being spent making the usual small talk. Fun. Tuesday, April 19th. Yep. Can't go wrong with that. It's one of my brother's favorites. Especially the album's title song. Now that I know Yuri eats in the classroom, it might not be a bad idea to occasionally stop in and join her. Then again, keeping an eye on Kaiba during a free period could probably be considered a public service. Well, I can't complain, you're not giving me enough options. How are things going with Sayori? Huh? He asks us out of the blue while we're eating. Why bring that up? Just curious. Now that the two of you are in the club together, I was wondering if there have been any developments. What are you trying to imply? Nothing, seriously. I didn't mean anything like that. Given your attitude towards our relationship thus far, that's hard to believe. Hey, don't blame me for being curious about something that undoubtedly goes beyond a normal friendship. Well, that's not entirely wrong. Yeah, that's one that I saw on the Reddit page. And yeah, let me bring up the obligatory bullshit window. And yeah, it looks kind of interesting, so I want to see what it's about. Also, I just noticed this. Why is Yuri doing the Sayori thing with her fingers? I don't know. Nope, I'm gonna be playing tomorrow, actually. Yeah, I wouldn't be starting any new mods until I finish this one, so you've got till then. Until I play it. But yeah. That's one of the ones that looks interesting for a new mod, so I want to check it out. Calling Sayori a friend does feel like a misnomer, or a misnomer. Not sure how to pronounce that word. Misnomer? See? You just admitted it! Let me finish explaining before jumping to conclusions, would ya? Our connection isn't necessarily a romantic one, but something more like familiarity. We're comfortable around each other because every detail in regard to our lives is out in the open. Sayori knows me more than anyone else, and vice versa. Ooh. He lets out a groan while scratching his chin. Yes, he's doing the thing that I like to do with my beard sometimes. Yeah, that thing smart people do when they rub their beard with their fingers. They stroke their beard. I see you caught on. Yeah, I hear you. I like doing my first playthroughs like I do here. I find it a lot more enjoyable that way. I don't know, man. Looking in from the outside, the way you two act together seems to go beyond just familiarity. Think what you will, but that won't change the facts. Unconvinced by my explanation, Kaiba spends the rest of the lunch period in his head. Even with the orientation period going, I could still attend normal track practice today. Monika already knows that it meets on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, so she'll understand if I miss the club on those days. Yeah, we should probably do track team. Kind of establish with the coach that, hey, dude, we're in another club. So, I'm gonna go track team. Everyone has already begun stretching by the time I arrive. Yeah, we're gonna focus on practice, because I give zero shits about Rika. Walking towards the edge of the track, I line up with the other runners and also begin getting ready. The next hour is spent cycling through all of the events before Coach Taka announces practice is over. My legs may be sore, but I get the feeling they've grown a bit stronger. Okay, so I didn't quite get what I wanted out of that. She didn't exactly make a great first impression, Zach, so that's my reasoning behind that. Kinda hoping this track meeting we could talk to the coach and say, hey, I'm kind of in another club, so I might not be here for a practice here or there, you know? It's kind of what I was hoping we could get out of that, but I guess no. Game had other ideas. Oh well. That convo doesn't exist, don't try it. Oh, okay. Well, suppose we can just alternate between them then. And if Coach gets any ideas, we'll explain to him. She's amazing once you get to know her character later. Oh, I'm sure since they have a route dedicated to Rika, but seriously, she did not make a very good first impression. So, like, why should I care? Why should I care about Rika? Like, I'm sorry if you like Rika as a character. She just has not made a good first impression on me, so I have zero interest in Rika right now. My usual duties at home have already been handled, leaving me with a surplus of free time. Yeah, we're gonna study. Cause we just did a bunch of running at track, so why pile on more? Good to know. Doubt anyone plans on stopping by today. Yeah. Some people underestimate how important that is, but yeah. Make a bad first impression? Yeah, doesn't matter what you do later on. That first interaction is one of the most crucial interactions you could ever have. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Which is why it's hard to get pitches. Don't I know it? Although, to be fair, I never really tried to get into a relationship in high school. Just was not interested in searching for a romantic partner in high school, because it's like, why? Rather just focus on stuff I enjoy. Go ahead and use this time to get more studying done. Use this to get more some more studying done. I think that's a typo. I empty my bag onto the kitchen table before shifting through the material that seems most relevant. Wednesday, April 20th. Making my way back inside from the courtyard, a familiar voice calls out to me. Ben? Oh, hi, Monica. She steps out from a classroom behind me. Yo! What are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be in class right now? Yes, ma'am. She stares at me with an expression that says, so why aren't you? Sorry, were you perhaps looking for an explanation as well? That would certainly be helpful, yes. This is the first time I've seen you on this side of the building. And it's the middle of a period, no less. Funny story, actually. You see, I quickly rounded the corner in an attempt to leave Monica behind. What could possibly go wrong? Oh boy. This is gonna be so worth it. Hey! She follows me for about 30 seconds before we once again meet on the staircase. Sorry about the little runaround, but being seen standing in the hallway could have caused more trouble than it's worth. Should I take that as an admission of you currently skipping class? Me? Oh no! Perish the thought! Are you aware that your words don't match their tone? Yes, it's something called sarcasm, Monica. Perfectly! Though it's true that I'm not skipping class. Partially, anyways. Then why are we currently hiding in a stairwell? My teacher announced a free period about 30 minutes ago. Not having much else to do, I started texting a friend of mine. Apparently, he was in the middle of a free period too, so we agreed to meet up in the courtyard. Hence why you caught me coming inside. I see. Though I'm sure you're aware that being granted a free period doesn't allow you to roam the building at will. Yes, ma'am. That's why we're currently chatting on the staircase closest to the library.
An alibi?
Mm-hmm. Her face becomes slightly more stern upon learning the details of my cover story.
You mentioned a friend, right? Might I ask his name?
Kaiba Nakamura.
Nakamura?
Her expression turns even more serious. Something wrong?
Ah, well... Nakamura and I are in the same class, you see. And oddly enough, he just so happened to have disappeared right before the period began after claiming to have a serious stomach ache.
Kaiba, you idiot! Did it not cross your mind to tell me you were actually skipping? I see. The fact both of you are in Class 3A slipped my mind.
Oh, it's no problem at all. I'm sure a brief chat with Mr. Nakamura will clear things right up. As class rep, the health of my peers is very important to me after all.
Right. Looks as though Kaiba's lifespan may have just shortened because of me. F in the chat for Kaiba. He is about to face the wrath of Monica. Thinking she's going to continue chewing me out for my unique interpretation of school policy, I'm surprised to see Monica staring blankly at me instead.
A friend, huh? That's quite unusual.
Huh? Her expression grows colder upon muttering this.
Learning you have one besides Sayori is definitely unexpected. Tell me, does Nakamura know anything about that other side of yours?
Other side? Oh damn. The music stopped. You know it's scary when the music stops and you're facing down, Monica glaring at you. This is some real shit, guys. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. Even without context, my mind still assigns her words the worst possible meaning.
Oh? Perhaps that's a topic you're uncomfortable with?
You talking to him? You talking to me? Who are we talking to here? Why are you playing this music? What's going on here? Sorry, but working off of overly vague statements isn't a specialty of mine. Is there something specific you're trying to ask, Monica?
Well, it's a little complicated to explain. You probably know this, but you didn't exactly have much of a presence when we were in homeroom together. In fact, most people didn't even realize you were there half the time. Getting to know my classmates early on has always been a routine of mine, but I concluded that you were someone who preferred being alone. Up until when you missed school for an entire week following midterms anyways. The day you returned, you had such a... what should I call it? A negative aura, maybe? It was honestly a little scary. What could have happened that could flip a person's whole image like that, was all I could think afterwards. Going from easily ignorable to constant presence is no small feat after all. Even though you were only like that for a few days, I was constantly pondering the nature of the change. Fight and breakup were my two leading theories, but asking around was useless since most people didn't even know your name. Coming to you directly was off the table since it would have defeated the whole purpose of figuring things out on my own. Unfortunately, the term ended before any progress was actually made. The idea that the mystery would remain unsolved forever was slightly depressing. At least, that was until Siri mentioned you while we were forming the literature club. Having mostly forgotten the ordeal by then, imagine my surprise when she said the two of you were childhood friends.
Are you going somewhere with this? Not gonna lie, you have my attention, game.
Well, when I asked for more details, she became increasingly evasive, which was suspicious. By this point, the idea of learning more about your circumstances began to look more troublesome than it was worth. Right as the sting of defeat began setting in, Yuri happened to ask about your family during our first meeting.
Enough, Monica. My tone's harsher than intended, but hiding my annoyance would be meaningless.
Yeah, it was that very same expression.
Having learned that Monica is cluing in on my circumstances, I'm half tempted to turn and leave. Not just her, but the club as well. This is a decision that I'd normally never hesitate to make, but when I start thinking about Sayori... I'm not going to pretend this isn't incredibly irritating, but even why bother going so far? Was me having a few bad days in class really enough to warrant your attention?
Not quite. My curiosity had existed before then as well. I'd occasionally find myself wondering how someone could be so content with being completely isolated. And don't take my intrigue personally. These actions didn't stem from contempt or anything along those lines. Finding the source of your behavior was all that interested me. Think of it like a challenge I sought to overcome.
So my life was simply serving as a social experiment for you, huh? You're right in thinking that there are things I purposefully keep to myself. Doesn't that make me the same as everyone else? From my perspective, everyone in the club wears some kind of mask. With you being no exception.
Oh? And what is it I have to hide?
Well... I'd say it was your general disinterest. How you can't be bothered to invest yourself in the lives of others. Or form any sort of real connection. It honestly came as a surprise when you said you were curious about my circumstances. But hearing that you think of it along the same lines as a math problem clarifies things. You have that class star personality, but can't bring yourself to care about the struggles and relationships of those around you. Of course, this is only conjecture based on how you acted when we had some homeroom together, and our interactions in the club thus far. Judging by Monica's silence and serious look, I'm guessing this assessment isn't too far off the mark.
So, what now? What are you going to do?
Do? Wasn't planning on doing anything.
Huh?
How you act towards or feel about other people has nothing to do with me. What reason would I have to try changing that? Plus, nobody would believe accusations coming from a guy like me anyway.
Really? Even after everything I said? Don't you feel at least a little resentment?
Should I? I love that face! She's like, wait, what? How? She stares at me dumbfounded. There's nothing to gain from spouting your ideas about me to others, right? Like you said, most people don't even know my name. It only serve as a wasted effort on your part. While I may sound indifferent, this scenario is making me feel increasingly anxious.
And you? Couldn't you stand to gain from having dirt on me?
Honestly, I've got less than zero interest in learning more about you or sharing said information with others. Damn. Vicious. Not to mention, there's only a handful of people who would even bother giving my words a second thought. Several seconds of silence pass as she tries verifying whether this statement is sincere or not. Perhaps you'd prefer if rumors of this nature got out?
Of course not. I'm just surprised at how unresponsive you've been. Even the people who hate me would at least rub it in my face a little, claiming I'm not so perfect after all.
Isn't automatically assuming a person would care about your issues pretty arrogant? Well, whatever. I don't hate you, so that second thought can be disregarded. And as for the first one, who's to say your distance from people is wrong or poses a problem? As long as no one else is being troubled, who cares? Plus, I'm not under the impression that simply saying, "What can I do for you?" provides any actual help. Prying into someone's life under the guise of lending a hand is self-centered and naive. Humans aren't such basic creatures that talking to someone you barely know actually solves anything. If you and the others want to stay silent on your issues, it's fine. Can't say it's any of my business to get involved. Another long silence from Monica. She looks like she wants a hug. She looks like she wants a hug, man.
I'm at a loss, honestly. And after seeing you like that, part of me still figured you'd just be some dense guy who would get overwhelmed by being in the same club as a bunch of girls.
Missing a letter there.
I never imagined you'd be the person confronting me about this.
I see. She steps closer.
So you truly have no intention whatsoever of learning more about me?
Can't say I do. Of course, listening to you speak of your own volition would be a different story. But before you decided to begin using me as a sounding board, keep in mind that my ability to provide practical assistance is vastly limited. Hearing this, Monica's gaze drops toward the floor. That's where you need an apostrophe S, mate.
You really are quite strange.
So I've been told. Not wanting to further expose myself to the now awkward atmosphere, I begin heading up the stairs. Bell's gonna ring soon. Not sure what you were doing when we ran into each other, but you should probably get back to it. Ah, that was great. I really enjoyed that. That was worth the wait. That's the kind of interaction I have been waiting for this entire mod. The ringing of the final bell feels me, I think you meant fills me, with an abnormal amount of anxiety about facing Monica again. The situation with Monica couldn't have been more bizarre. That said, she didn't seem intent on telling others her assumptions. Should I try confronting her about it again? Or just pretend nothing happened? Bitchy as she was, seeing her drop the Class Star song and dance routine was actually pretty refreshing. Guess the question now is, what should I do? If you do, it comes back to bite you. Yep, I saw what you said. Like I said, I was kind of thinking we alternate between track and the club. And since we went to track yesterday, I figure we can go to the club today. Especially after what happened
with somebody here. Yeah, you think we should try the club? That's what I think too. Stepping through the club room doors, my gaze immediately falls on the club president. She greets me with a harmless smile after noticing my presence. Does that mean things are under wraps for right now? You okay, Ben? I nearly come out of my skin as Sarah catches me by surprise. Ooh, someone's jumpy today. You didn't do anything bad, did you? Why is that the first thing that comes to your mind? Well, you have a bit of a reputation. She whispers though, as though saying it quietly is doing me a favor. Yeah, a reputation that got fueled by somebody not stepping in to refute the rumors of me being a pervert. She scuttles a few steps away upon hearing this. Most rumors are grounded in reality, right? Though I'd say this one is practically buried. Huh? Were we having a joint meeting with the elementary school today? Why, you! He's not trying to be mean, Natsuki. Ben just gets a little defensive when he's grumpy. Since when did I become grumpy? Since the day you joined the club, apparently. Can't you both just get along? What are you talking about? I was under the impression that the two of you were besties for resties. What gave you that idea? Isn't back and forth banter like this a sign of deep-seated affection? Of course not! Oh? That's news to me. Does that mean I should return the engagement ring? Jeez, this guy really is impossible. You didn't actually buy a ring, did you? Sayori, your occasional ditziness is cute and all, but come on. Oh my god. Do I really need to answer that? Don't make it sound like my fault! No one can ever tell with you! Even with the ridiculous conversation currently going on, my mind still wanders to Monica. It's happening. Guess the most I can do now is keep testing the waters until something happens. Suppose I could use the meeting to... Zach, you good? Yeah. Yeah, I think we might have needed to play differently if we wanted to have that intel check passed. Besides, given how that conversation went earlier, I get the feeling pressing it now would not be a good idea, especially right now. So, yeah. Come to think of it, I haven't seen much opportunity to increase sociability rank, so is that something you could achieve by this point? And I've just been doing the wrong things to do that? Because if so, yeah, damn. We've got a lot of work to do there. It's a long-ass mod, you've got time. Yeah, I kind of figured. Anyway. I wanted to use the last time we talked to Yuri. You've been going at it wrong. Well, good luck.
Yeah, I'm going about it how I would. Well, it feels like I've done more of that than my stat would let on. So, I don't know what the deal is with it. Anyway. This is what I wanted to do the last time I talked to Yuri, so we're gonna do that. Taking it out of my bag, I head over to where she's seated. Upon making to her desk, however, my arrival appears to have gone completely unnoticed. Yep, she's buried in her book, as per usual. Up until you get those up, at least. Yeah, like I said, we're just gonna kind of see where our decisions take us throughout the playthrough. And we'll see where we end up. Assuming she's simply trying to finish a page, I wait patiently in a nearby chair. If you do 3 separate routes, however, you unlock all of them. Ah! 5 minutes pass with no changes. I would have broke the silence after 2, at most. My original theory of she's just finishing a page was proven incorrect, and soon evolved into this hussy's ignoring me on purpose to display dominance. But judging by the way her eyes are moving steadily back and forth through several pages, this assumption proved inaccurate as well. Didn't expect the girl who was gung-ho about being helpful to flat out ignore me. Almost makes me want to mess with her. An enticing thought. One that likely would have seen fruition had my current moral standing in the club not already be questionable. Ben? Yo, Yuri. Sorry for the interruption. Just came by to say I finished the killing game. That's wonderful news. Her joy is quickly offset by confusion about realizing that my arrival is old news. Were you waiting for me? Only a moment. I do apologize. I must not have noticed you approach. Not if you skip and click the choices you need. Yeah, but that implies that I want to change my choices on this playthrough. Hopefully you didn't sit there for too long on my behalf. No worries, my thoughts kept me company. I see. Anyway, you want to go ahead and set up a time for our discussion? A time? That was me after getting Sayori out during your first playthrough. That is something I've noticed. I mean, we've by far spent the most time with Sayori, particularly early on. But yeah, who's to say it's gonna stay that way, you know? Yeah, club might not be long enough for the both of us to express our thoughts, so I figured we could try meeting up one day after school. You raise a good point. Being cut off or feeling rushed would certainly dampen the experience. You're playing normally like the first time, and 99.9% sure you're getting Yuri again. You'll have to let me know if you do. That's a surprise. Half expected her to turn into a mumbling mess about just the two of us, or is this a date? Maybe she just doesn't understand the nuances of a guy and girl hanging out alone together. Did you have any ideas regarding where we should have it? The number of locations I visit besides my house is pretty small, so which allows me to run through all the options rather quickly. There's a small cafe that stays fairly quiet a few blocks from my house. The place never has been packed before, so it might be a good choice, unless you have any reason to object. That will be fine. We shouldn't have any issues if it's as you say. Alright, then that's the plan. Having covered the time and place, she asks another essential question.
Do you have a way to contact me regarding your availability?
Oh, right. Me afterwards. I'm sorry, Suri, but I got a speed run to get the moniker out. Yep. Oh, right. Can pull your email from the group chat if that's not a problem. Oh, right. I forgot about that detail from the group chat. All their email addresses are in there, so... Sounds more like it's something along the lines of Google Hangouts or something, if that's even still a thing. So yeah, they wouldn't have each other's numbers. Never mind. What I was saying earlier in that group chat.
Yes, that's quite alright.
She begins nodding to herself now that all the bases have been covered. Meaning she probably failed to realize that I'd have another question of my own. Since I'll be contacting you, mind telling me when you're normally free?
Oh, right. I'm usually not busy right after school. The weekend could also work, but that largely depends on what my parents are doing.
For consistency's sake, let's stick with after the club for now. Saying this, I pull out my phone before adding Yuri's email to my contact list. I'll send over the cafe's address after confirming you're available, then we can just meet there.
I look forward to it.
Same.
Having worked out the details of our little meetup, the two of us begin talking about the book she's currently reading.
Nice. And we skip straight to Thursday. I think Thursday is going to be the last day that I play for this part of the video. You know, we've been doing a pretty good job keeping it consistently on ending on Fridays, so it's a trend I'd like to continue. Sorry, Sayori, but I'm a head out. Tokyo drifts to Monica. Straight to lunchtime. Decisions. Man, it's so tempting to ditch Kaiba. But the question is, would that be wise? You did both Sayori's and Kaiba's route. I don't even want to know what his route looks like. I'll be frank. Huh. You know what? Just like with alternating between track and the club, thinking we can alternate with Kaiba and Yuri here. And also, my bladder is going to explode, so I will be right back. Alright. That's better. No, a month per part. No, now that it's the 18th and that raid event in Sword and Shield is over, either later today or after today, yeah, I'll be back to doing more streams. Although, in saying that, I'm going to have to figure out when I'm going to do a proper shiny hunt of that Snom that I didn't get. Because, yeah, now that the event enticed me, I want that. I want it. But yeah, I think I'm going to go with what I said earlier. We're going to alternate with Kaiba and Yuri here. So we did Kaiba yesterday, but we're going to do Yuri today. Sliding the door open to the classroom, I see Yuri holding up a book in one hand and chopsticks in the other. The sound of my intrusion quickly draws her attention. Oh, hello, Ben. You busy? I don't mind eating somewhere else if that's the case. Not at all. Do come in. Yeah. Like I said, when I started this mod back up again, I really dropped the ball with that one. Yeah, because it was a limited time event, I kind of had to dump as many hours into it as I could while it was running to try and get the main thing that I wanted out of it. I'm telling you, if I got what I wanted out of it sooner, then yeah, I would have been streaming last week. And I was kind of expecting that I would, given how the last time they did a boosted shiny odds event like this in the raid dens, I got, I think, 2 or 3 of the mon that was shiny that had the boosted shiny odds. So yeah, I was kind of thinking I would get it after like 3 days at most. I didn't anticipate that I was going to spend the whole fucking week grinding hundreds of raid dens and never see the fucking shiny once. But no, I encounter a full odds shiny randomly on the way to another raid den. Like, seriously. I'm happy I found that shiny, but god, that kind of pissed me off, because it's like, really? I've gone through hundreds of raid dens trying to find this thing that has boosted shiny odds, and the game is like, here, have this one. Like, oh my god. That's just how the odds go sometimes. Just, ugh. It's kind of infuriating. She sets the book closed on the table while signaling me over. I'm sure I should be used to it by now, but I'm surprised you're able to eat and read at the same time. Is doing so unusual? I mean, the most I'm able to do while I'm eating is focus on a video, so I'd say in its own right it is. Not really. I'm just not much of a multitasker, so seeing other people do it always seems more impressive. Truly? Definitely got a one-track mind. Put 2 things in front of me at once and I get completely derailed. She looks at me with amazement following this. Yeah, I could see you doing that with how much you play Minecraft. You definitely have the know-how. I don't know, Google is weird sometimes. Well, they say women tend to have better cognitive skills for things like multitasking. Maybe that plays a role. Does it bother you?
Huh? If it does, perhaps I could help in some way. As your senior club member, overseeing the growth of my juniors is to be expected, correct? It's nothing new, but I'm still amazed at how fast Yuri clings to the whole senior member thing whenever she's embarrassed. Yeah, she uses it as a front. That sounds nice. Who knows, by the end of the semester, maybe we'll both be eating and reading simultaneously together. A wonderful goal. As she begins nodding to herself, I think that maybe I got ahead of myself by agreeing. We're able to converse normally enough, but our relationship likely won't progress until we have that discussion after school. Yeah, exactly. Even with this being the case, I feel as though the two of us have grown a bit closer. You don't say. The final bell rings, signaling the end of class. You go train with the team since it won't be meeting tomorrow. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Or head to the club room like normal. Nah, we're gonna stick to the plan. We're gonna continue to alternate. Again, I have zero interest talking to Rika. Although, given what you guys were saying earlier, maybe I should just see what happens. That being said, what reason do I really have to talk to Rika? That's kind of why I'm second guessing myself. Because seriously, other than what you guys have said about what happens later on with Rika, I have zero interest in Rika. Her route's kind of good, but just use it for socialism points. Because, yeah. That's currently where we're in the most dire need of help, so... yeah. Maybe you have a point. Let's see where it goes. Yo, senpai. You busy? Not at the moment. Why? What's up? We were asking all the newbies what they want their alternative to be. Seeing how this is your first year running, that includes you. Yes, it did. Not many opportunities really presented themselves. At least from what I could gather. Could just be that I've been overlooking them in the pursuit of other stats. So yeah. Alternative? Like a second event? Yep, I figured that's what you meant. Though it only really matters for track meets. But I thought competing wasn't required? It's not, but we still have to put down an alternative for everyone regardless. So it's essentially just busy work. Pretty much. Most people choose an event close to their main one, but you can pick anything that tickles your fancy. In that case, put me down for the 200 meter. That was my second most preferred on the day that I joined. Oh? Not gonna go for anything new and exciting? Don't tell me you're actually a boring senpai. Yeah, mainly because of a lot of the interactions that we had in the first couple episodes. Because, yeah, seriously. Is peer pressure part of your job as a manager, or are you ad-libbing? Consider it a trade secret, honestly. Arriving at home, I'm once again left with a surplus of free time. I think we want to meet with Yuri. Yeah, that got us fucking nothing.
What a waste. That was a waste of time. We got nothing out of that. Fuck it, we're gonna go meet with Yuri then. Deciding now would be a good time to have that discussion. I pull up my phone and start typing a message. Yuri's response comes quickly, and we spend a few minutes ironing out the details. What does SNAFU mean? Good question, Toby. Okay. According to Google, let me pull up the obligatory bullshit window. It's a confused or chaotic state. A mess. We agreed to meet at a generally unoccupied cafe near my house in 30 minutes. You know, maybe that's why I classified this under my shitpost mods folder initially. Because that sounded like the title of a joke mod or something. I was definitely wrong about that. That's for sure. It is a very funny mod, though, I have to say. I'm really enjoying it. Wait, that's fruits. After sending her the address, I empty my bag of everything except the book and begin preparing to leave the house. Ooh, I recognize this place. Nice choice, my guy. Reading the menu becomes repetitive while I'm sat silent and alone at the booth nearest the cafe's entrance. Luckily, the oncoming boredom is curbed by the sound of the door opening behind me. Yeah! Yuri steps through soon after, followed by her looking around nervously until finding me barely 6 feet away. Seeming relieved by my existence, she lets out a sigh before she approaches. Hello again, Ben. I hope you weren't left waiting for too long. Not at all. Here, have a seat. She sits in the chair across from me with an elegance ill-fitting of someone with her personality. Contrary to this, however, is the way she anxiously scans the room soon after. Pardon my assumption, but I take it that you don't visit places like this very often? I'm afraid not. Which isn't to say I dislike this place. Dislike this place. You're sending conflicting signals here, Yuri. What do you mean? What do you mean here? It's actually rather nice. My unfamiliarity is just making me a tad nervous. Guided on the process of getting the moniker out, the amount of times you had to watch SNAFU playthroughs is mind-boggling. Oh, just to figure it out? Jeez. They sure don't make it easy then, huh? It must be highly specific what you're supposed to do. That much is obvious. Her stiffness is probably noticeable from space. Not wanting the atmosphere to settle and become awkward, I put my lackluster small talk skills to work. Are there any stores that you do enjoy going to? Well, there is a bookstore near my house that I often find myself visiting, if that's what you're referring to. Why ask me? Does she not understand how enjoyment works? Oh yeah? What's it like? The bookshop itself is small. There's always a nice selection of books available. They also have a reading area where you're allowed to sit and even order drinks. The oolong tea they offer is particularly good. I've tried replicating the recipe at home, in the club, but haven't quite gotten it right yet. The mom and pop version of a manga cafe, maybe? Sounds like a nice place. Are there usually a lot of customers, or is it more like this? I gesture towards the nearly empty cafe. Given her personality, the answer should be pretty clear, but I ask anyway for posterity's sake.
The store typically has less than 10 customers at any given time, but larger groups have shown up on occasion.
No, you're not alone, mate. I know about Portal. I've never played the Portal games, mind you, but I've seen playthroughs of a couple of mods for them, and I've seen speedruns of the game, which is... let's just say Portal speedruns are fucking wild.
Even then, the atmosphere is still quite peaceful.
That a fact? Ah, he said it again. If you guys would want to watch Portal, if you guys would want to watch me play Portal and stumble to figure out all the puzzles for myself for the first time, then yeah, let me know if that's something you would want to watch. I'll put it in my stream notes for the time being, though, Cyrilkins. I need to go to the stream notes folder. Portal playthrough. You're still waiting for that Aomori playthrough? See, that's why I have a folder for this stuff, because sometimes it takes me a while to get to these things. On my recommended was Mr. Beast and Minecraft. I see you and I'm like, woo! Nice. Yeah, I've heard Aomori is super good. You're still waiting to see how much I fuck up on Undertale? Yeah, there's a lot of games I need to get around to playing. I'm debating about what I want to do on Monday. I think what I'm going to do after stream is put some of these games in my wish list. So, yeah. There's always lots of stuff on the to-do list, man. Seems we have more in common than just books. Leaning back, my attention is turned towards the only other patron currently present. Don't search up anything on Aomori that isn't getting the game. Wasn't planning on it. As some of you may know, I'm pretty good at avoiding that type of stuff. And any game I'm potentially interested in, like anything related to the game's story or, you know, potential gameplay. Like, I like to wait until the game's actually in people's hands before I give it a look. Any promotional material, the games industry has taught me these last few years, you can't trust anything they pass off in their marketing. You can't trust anything. So I always wait until the game is in actual people's hands and they can show what the game honestly looks like. So, yeah. Yep, and in the meantime, you know, I don't go out of my way looking stuff up about games I want to play. I just put the games on my wish list, or just keep an eye for when it goes on sale and I can get a physical copy, depending on the system. So, yeah. You know, any game I potentially want to play, I kind of just have this built-in sense, like, wait, you know, I could ruin this for myself, so I'd rather not. Part of why I tend to have this thing with YouTube where I watch a lot of the same stuff on repeat, it's so I don't accidentally stumble upon stuff like that by accident. I figured that. Yeah, Zach, I figured that out when I played that one Borderlands one they had. Tales from the Borderlands. I got it as a free game, so I tried it out, and yeah, it was not what I expected it to be. A big reason I come to this place is because it's never crowded. Yeah, I've seen a tiny bit of gameplay because one of the people I watch, Ross, he showed a clip of it to make a point about a character trope or something. Yeah, you guys like The Walking Dead once, huh? I think I've said this before, but I kind of gave up on The Walking Dead after like season 3. I kind of got bored of it. So my interest in a Walking Dead game like that is kind of slim. This might be a bit shocking to hear, or maybe not, but I'm not exactly fond of large groups. Or maybe it'd be more accurate to say groups in general. The look of puzzlement on Yuri's face grows more prominent. I see, though I am a little surprised. Mind if I ask why? Well, possibly because of how you behaved the day you joined our club. Even though Sari put you in a strange position at first, you didn't seem nervous or embarrassed. Yes, that is another mod that's on my to-do list. There's always quite a few that are on my to-do list. But yeah, it's been a while. Wait, has it been a year since that Walking Dead DDLC mod came out? Has it really been a year? I didn't say I was good at organization. Because, yeah, if it has been out for a year, it sure doesn't feel like it. Yeah, they made a Walking Dead style DDLC mod. And I said, I feel like I'm obligated to play this at some point. I've seen gameplay of Cuphead. And yeah, given my propensity for perfection at platformers, I don't think it would be a good idea for me to touch that game. Like, seriously. I don't think it would be very good for me. That being said, though, I do want to check out Celeste at some point, because I've seen gameplay of that, and that looks fun. Anyway, but perhaps it's presumptuous to say these things. By all means, feel free to continue. I'm curious to see why you think that way. Reassured by my words, Yuri picks up from where she left off. Well, you guys know me. I've played lots of DDLC mods of varying quality. As long as I think something is interesting, I'll give it a shot. And because I'm usually playing them for the channel, I usually like to try to see them through. It's only on a few occasions that I've tapped out on finishing a mod, because seriously. But yeah, I like to finish what I start. DDLC hamburger mod win? 7 months ago. Oh, wow. So yeah, not quite a year, but it's been a while. Man. It appeared as though you got along pretty well with everyone. The Walking Dead mod? I didn't keep up with development for that one. Was what they released only a demo? Because I don't remember if it was a full release or not. If anybody wants to look into that, feel free to let me know what happened with that mod. Because, yeah, if what we have is all we're getting, they released the first chapter. Okay. Zeri had mentioned that you preferred keeping to yourself, but I didn't notice that at all. I love talking to you guys, what can I say? Especially when it's about mod suggestions. I'm always looking for those. Not that I was trying to analyze you or anything. Zeri's words simply made me curious. She begins fumbling over her words, which gives me a good opportunity to interject. Can understand how you came to that conclusion based off what you saw, but my behavior that day can largely be chalked up to Sayori. For some reason, that girl manages to influence my actions any way she wants, which is quite unfortunate considering how it's usually detrimental to me. Our club being an exception, of course. I see. The two of you really are rather close. Jeez, I butchered that. Yeah, that is fair. I found out about the game pretty late. And I got in on the party pretty late, so that's fair, Zach. You know, I'm open with the fact that, you know, I wasn't playing mods right out of the gate from 2017. I didn't even really acknowledge DDLC was a thing in 2017, so what do you expect? I didn't even really know about it until 2020, so yeah. Last post from the dev was the release of Chapter 1. Not sure close is the right word, but that's pretty much the gist of it. That's what everybody seems to say about us. Zeri is the only person I can confidently call a friend, though at this point she's practically like family. A slightly bitter taste appears in my mouth following this last line. What about you, Yuri? Have anyone like that? Not usually one to pry, I find myself asking this as a necessary evil to redirect the conversation. Someone I'm close to? She thinks it over for a moment before beginning to fidget. It may sound strange, but you could say that Natsuki and I have grown somewhat close. Though, as you can imagine, discussing our interests with one another can often prove difficult. Not only is it imaginable, I'm practically having visions of it. Yeah, it's not hard to picture at all. Natsuki is probably screaming somewhere about how cupcakes are the dominant sweet while Yuri sat timidly answering a simple question. Perhaps her ability to sync, I don't think you need the H there. Sync up with Natsuki's aggression is evidence that opposites really do attract. You're right. It's definitely surprising to hear that you two get along. I fully understand the difference in taste. But that difference is what allowed me to get involved. Saying this, I reach into my bag and pull out a single book. Thanks again for letting me borrow it. I'm glad you were the one I asked for a recommendation.
There's really no need to thank me. I'm simply relieved that you enjoyed it. She looks away in an attempt to cover her blush.
Yeah, I really don't get where that comes from, Zach. I don't know, maybe just because it blew up the way it did, they just have some kind of stigma against it. Because I have definitely been that way with mega popular games when they were new. Like, for real. Oh, that might be. Yeah. Yep. Whenever I mention mods, you know, I never mention that part. So, yeah. Reason Moss usually never comes up in the conversation is because, even though that's what it is, that's not how I look at it. I've talked about it before, but, you know, Moss, I think, is one of those mods for a game that can make it more than just a mod. Like, for real. The way I look at it now, since we don't have quite as much to discuss as we did before, she's just my little desktop companion, and I love having her there with everything that I do. I love her company. When you think it's your birthday, your computer? Nah, in 8 months. Speaking of birthdays, though, certain special dates coming up in a few days. And I need to do something about that. Before we start talking about the book, would you like to order something to drink? Huh? Oh. Yes, please. I flagged the waiter standing behind the counter after getting her confirmation. And what may I get for the two of you? I'll have a cup of oolong tea, please. I'll take a coffee, black. Those will be out in just a moment. Thanks. He already begins grinning at me as the waiter walks away. Huh? Something wrong? No, not really. You and Monica are the only people I know who drink their coffee black. The fact you're both in the same club seemed like an interesting coincidence. Yes, indubitably, Yuri. Indubitably. I see. So Monica drinks black coffee too, huh? Hope that isn't a reflection of her personality. Yeah, shit, dude. Time flies, doesn't it? Although I can only say I've been around for 3 of them. 3 of the anniversaries. With, the one upcoming on Thursday being the 3rd one. Just so we're clear. Once we've received our drinks, Gary and I begin our long-awaited discussion of the killing game. With an hour having passed, the two of us finally coming to a close. I think you mean begin? I think you got the letters scrambled around there. I wish I could say the same. It's a game I really wish I would have found out about sooner. Yeah, but it is what it is. Yuri actually managed to surprise me with how well she handled the conversation. And again, makes sense that books would be the easiest topic for her. Well, now that this one's been finished, are there any other recommendations I should know about? I'm glad you asked. After looking through several titles, I found quite a few good contenders. Though bringing them here today didn't occur to me, unfortunately. Don't worry, it's no need to rush. Slightly downcast, she looks at me with a curious expression. You mentioned before that you took up reading because of your mother, correct? Were there any specific books that made you want to pursue reading as a hobby? A slight pain runs through my head thanks to another of Yuri's seemingly innocent questions. Considering her lack of sociability, knowing more about people seems like something she'd obviously want. Yeah, I know. I know, mate. Sounds like me with my knowledge of stuff like Sonic games, COD Zombies, and more recently, Pokemon. So we all have our things that we're interested in. Damn, what a choice. Make a little fib, lie. Rhymes with die. There's one thing that I've learned, mate. It's that you can't build a relationship on a lie. So, probably shouldn't do that. If we're being serious here. She did so back in Act 2, or she did do so. Although that being said, I don't know. I don't know if that's something we want her to really know about yet. So... it is a responsible thing to do if I have learned anything from a character from a cartoon. Difficult question indeed. Got all your life knowledge from SpongeBob, where the hell y'all been? If we give a vague answer... that might give our story some credibility. Although that being said, would we be able to come up with a good answer? So I think I'm gonna go with the former. I wouldn't exactly say that it was books that got me into reading, strange as that may sound. It's more like something happened to me. Ended up using all of my free time to read because of it. At some point it just became a habit, and after I stopped reading so extensively, I still couldn't help myself from doing it on a semi-regular basis. I feel the pain in my head grow more intense as I speak. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. I know that might not explain much, but that's how it is. We just need to get out of this.
I see. You said an event occurred that made you begin doing it. Do you mind if I ask what it was?
Sorry, Yuri, but yeah, I do. Saying this, I tried to avert my eyes from her as I feel a cold glare begin to occupy them. Yeah, I do mind.
Sorry, it's not my place to pry into such things.
Notice her begin to panic with a look of genuine apology on her face. Knowing I'm the one who did this, I decide to take responsibility. Don't worry about it. It's only natural you'd be curious. The whole situation is kind of complicated, so it's hard for me to talk about it clearly. You didn't do anything wrong.
Are you sure? It seems that I upset you.
Realizing I probably won't get anywhere like this, I decided to derail the conversation entirely. You really ought to be careful about worrying like that. It'd be a shame if a face as pretty as yours ended up with wrinkles. She remains quiet for a few seconds as she processes what she just heard.
I'm not... You don't...
Her brain appears to have been overloaded to the point of not being able to form coherent sentences.
Thank you.
Mission accomplished. Yes, the one where they play Sweet Victory is the reason I know that song exists, and it's an amazing song. I barely hear her say this as she begins aggressively playing with her hair. It's the song that I played on my way home from work on the last day of that one time I worked 10 days in a row at work. Like for real. They had me do 10 days straight. It was insane. This was sometime last year. My god, I just wanted to drop dead after that last day. Good lord. Especially since there were some morning shifts intermixed between those days, some of those days. Because, yeah, nothing says fuck your sleep schedule quite like getting done at 10 at night and then having to show up at 7 a.m. the next morning. Fuck me, I do not miss doing mornings. Never liked doing mornings. With that out of the way, I lean back in the booth and look up at the ceiling. I hope that answer was enough to keep her from asking any more questions like that. If not, I might end up having to put some distance between the two of us. I look down at the girl who's still malfunctioning in front of me, and can't help but feel a little bad about the idea of putting her behind a wall. What's up, Seema Christie? How's it going tonight? In an attempt to flip the focus of the conversation, I decide to return her question. How about you, Yuri? What got you into reading? Good to hear, my dude. Yep, I've never been a coffee person.
Oh, I suppose it's only fair to answer my own question. Are you sure you want to know? The story isn't very interesting.
I didn't ask if it was interesting, I just want to know. Can't be any worse than sitting in total silence, right? It's 3:15 where I am. And we have been going for a while, almost 4 hours, so... After we get to the end of this day, I am going to be signing off. But I'll be on with this again tomorrow night. Prying into people's lives isn't something I normally do, but you've piqued my interest. Assuming you're comfortable telling me, that is.
Interest? Very well, I don't mind sharing this information.
She takes a second to settle down before resuming.
It's quite simple, really. My father is an avid reader and keeps a large collection of books in his study at home. When I was a child, Watching him read would make me wonder how he was able to stare at a book for hours at a time while seeming perfectly content. One day, he noticed me doing this and asked if I would like to join. Of course, I was still quite young, so my reading ability was nowhere near his level, but nonetheless, he sat me down with him and began reading to me. Truthfully, I don't even remember what the book was about. But I remember feeling really happy as he did this, and soon find myself wanting to read together more and more.
That is so darn cute. Picturing little Yuri reading books with her dad. That is adorable. Yuri has a child's wonder in her eyes as she speaks.
Eventually, I began doing it on my own as well. It's been a habit of mine ever since.
Seeing a grin on my face, Yuri seems to lock up a bit.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ramble like that. She begins playing with her hair in what seems like a way to comfort herself.
Try not to take this the wrong way, Yuri, but you really are cute.
Huh?
This girl really has no idea how to take a compliment, does she? That is another thing we have in common. Because, yeah, I just never know how to respond. It's just like, thanks? Pop culture influences our lives majorly. Me, who has barely paid attention to pop culture in my lifetime, I would like to see some evidence of that. Teach.
Cute? Why would you?
You know, the way you tell a story like that all happily with a big smile on your face, and then how you get all embarrassed and apologize without me even saying anything. Cute is the only word I can think of to describe such behavior.
I see.
Hiding her face as she picks up the speed at which she plays with her hair, Yuri seems at a total loss for words, which concerns me for horrible reasons. If she continues to remain timid like this, I may end up developing a complex. Then again, Yuri's already my type physically speaking, so it probably wouldn't make a huge difference. I'm pretty sure it did, didn't it?
Thank you.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable.
No worries, but shouldn't that be my line? Wasn't my intention to put you in any kind of state. Complimenting and praising people honestly and often as possible was instilled in me a long time ago, causing it to occasionally slip out when I'm not thinking. Sorry for my carelessness.
Not at all. There's no reason for you to apologize. Though I realize that may sound disingenuous coming from me.
She casts her gaze toward the table for a moment.
You shouldn't feel regret trying to make a person feel better. Hearing you, well, call me cute made me happy.
Her words are so soft they're nearly inaudible. And I'm glad. You've got a lot to be complimented for. So try not looking down on yourself so much. Though I'm probably not the best person to be giving that advice. Or really any advice. Yeah, I can relate to that. Not the best at following my own advice.
Something the matter, Ben?
Nope, just thinking out loud. Going back to what we were saying earlier, continue to talk for a little while longer until we both decide it's about time to leave. After saying our goodbyes, I head back to my house. And there we go. Friday, April 22nd. And I think that's where we're gonna call it for tonight. Woo! we have been making pretty consistent progress ever since we started this back up again. Ended on a Friday every single time. It's kind of how I want to do this for the rest of the mod. Just every mod, we play another week. I don't know how long it'll take to get to the end that way, but that's kind of how I want to approach this. Don't bring Rebecca Black into this, Zach. No! You are bringing back painful middle school memories. Anyways, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I'm really liking where things are going with this mod. And like I said, for me personally, that first proper interaction with Monica, that was the highlight of the stream for me. Like, whew! I love that stuff. But yeah. Anyways, it's 3:20 in the morning, and I've got to work tomorrow, so I should probably go to bed. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching, and until next time, take care.